I swiftly. Hello. Good morning. Hi Tired Tokwa. Hi Sora. Hi Charles Eric. Hi Fudge. Hi Fried Chocolate. Hi Carls. Hi K Panda. I know. Thank you, Park J Boom. Hi Botting. What do you want to win? PRX. Hi Kelly. Hi Salsa. Good morning. Hi Eyes. Hi Dial. Hi Nine. Hi Monsters. Hi Tired Tokwa. Hi Hayum. I want to sleep right now. Good morning, Iman. Good morning, host Psycho. Hi Miro. Hi Yoatim. I was tired. Monsters. Hi Blurry. I literally don't have anything right now except for fruit. Frozen fruit, so I stay awake. Hi Vinius. Hi Suki Boy. I'm good, Hannah. I have water back there. I just need to go grab it. Thank you for the tier 1 K Panda. Did you just wake up? Dude, I've been awake all night. Like, I genuinely don't know how to survive today because Cheddar has been crying nonstop all night. And as soon as we wake up and get up, he's quiet. Like, you guys can see, like, it's so bad. Good morning, Tsuku. Thank you for the 3 months, Pancham. And the tier 1 Panda. Dude. Hi, Tanters. Hi, Rainy Day. I don't think I have the patience for this. Alright. Who do you think's gonna win this? PRX, I think. I hope. Hi Casper, hi Eve, hi Sora, hi Aqua Blue. Thank you, Shrimpsy. Okay, no worries, Eve. Oh shit, wait, can you guys not hear it? Wait, give me 1 second.
and has players that
There you
can
go.
absolutely pop up. And I feel like all of those storylines have continued
Hi
through to their run here in Madrid
Hopra.
thus far. It's the same style of play. It's the same
Ihura.
performances from players like Texture,
Hi Everson,
from
hi
Karan.
Jebba, hi
The
Saji,
other
hi
thing is that
Laxu.
PaperX have
Hi
really
Louise
improved in the time since that grand finals.
Well, this is the thing about PaperX, of course. They thought maybe after
Hi
DRX
Choopy.
getting knocked out, they will be the one to take the title, take the crown, but it did not happen. However, we did hear
Cheddar is
after the press conference when he found out that they will be facing Gen.G again, and this is what he had to say. I hope this time around we manage
Dude,
to
I don't know,
down,
cause
beat
like
up
when
Carol,
he came home,
they really manhandled us last finals, and we hope we get it right
or
this
like
time.
when we picked him up,
Mike,
he
for
was
the sake
so
of the
quiet.
tournament
He
run, we
didn't
do
cry
hope
at
they get it
all.
right this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Literally
think
nothing.
individually,
And then the moment like we go to sleep, he's like crying like a fire alarm. Like at first, cause I went to sleep first and I was cuddling Cheddar in our bed, And then after like an hour, he started whining, and I was like, okay, maybe because he likes his own space. So I was like, okay, maybe he doesn't want to cuddle. So then we put him on the floor on that bed right there, and then he wouldn't stop crying, and we were like, I don't understand what's happening. And it was on and off for like 2 hours, and then eventually it was non-stop for like 5 to 6 hours.
Hey, Mind Freak, what's going on?
And I have not like actually slept.
Gen.G, of course, gave a very strong performance against PRX in the Pacific Finals, which wasn't too long ago.
And now he's quiet again, so I don't know.
Different with PRX this time around, and
I don't know
why
what's
shouldn't
going
Gen.G
on,
shoot
but I'm
them
tired.
the same team?
I think actually we feel the same, like nothing's different because like right now, like we said before, our team performance is not our peak performance yet. So
Oh, that's not
maybe right now we just
that's
playing in not in their home turf. So
Maybe he said something
All right,
wrong.
well, let's see what happens.
We
Good luck.
thought his meds wore off,
if they're the
so we
same
gave him
thing
it
they
again, and
lost,
it just
right? So Mimi,
just kept
this
going.
doesn't seem like a good sign.
Yeah, it's so weird. PaperX this tournament has had the lowest confidence we've ever seen from them. Alex comes on the desk. He's like, yeah, the boys have no confidence. We're a 6 out of 10. We just don't have it. But seemingly, they lack all that confidence. And every series they've played at Madrid thus far, they somehow find it in themselves the second half of map 3 and then probably lose it again.
Yeah,
His cone is so cute, though. He keeps running into
Not
everything.
really knowing where to place Gen.G, but PaperX has
Better
always
not.
had this kind of image.
Leave
Like,
it alone.
what PaperX do we get, right? I mean, we've seen examples here. The second half of Split versus Heretics is like one of
Morning,
the
cheat
peaks of
code.
PaperX, to be honest, on the international
Okay, I'm
stage.
gonna go for my water.
The way they performed in that second half is up there with some of their best performances. But I mean, they're saying they lack confidence. They're at a 6 out of 10 right now. They're making weird composition changes that don't really make a lot of sense from the outside looking in. And then we get to interviews and they're like, oh, yeah, we kind of don't know what we're doing.
Oh
at
my
times,
goodness!
but
Thank you for the
it
raid,
worked.
Mark.
Yeah, but that then brings us to the question you were asking earlier, Mike, of like, what is the
I hope
next
your shoe
step?
is good.
Because that's what Alex
It's
was
logical
saying, right?
next
Oh my
step, but then you
goodness.
throw logic out the window because
Hello.
it's
Yeah,
PaperX. So it's
that's
so
the thing.
early for
But
me.
when you try and apply logic to
How's
this
your
team,
stream?
it doesn't make sense. For instance, some of the comps they're playing, they're running a comp on Lotus with no Sentinel, playing double duelist,
And still
double
with the Sky
controller without
as
a
well.
Viper, with the old Sky. Like, so many of the decisions they're making seem so off. And in the past, when we've seen PaperX make these decisions, we get things like they're like Rain of Sky comps where they're cooking, they're coming up with something creative. But nowadays, it really does feel like some of these ideas are slipping through the cracks. But that stands in
so hi,
contrast
Chang.
to moments where this team is looking incredible. Like
Hi,
you brought up, that
Galaxy.
second
Hi,
half of Split.
Broden.
I think when they're playing on Vine,
Hi,
that
Rosie.
comp very well
Hi,
thought
Dim
through,
Sum.
very well cooked. PaperX really seems like a team in transition right now that it's, again, so hard to figure out where to
I
place
could
them
play
because of
Jerk.
that.
I'm just gonna, I mean, I'm an OG paper girl. I'm gonna come in and maybe channel a bit
Thanks
of
for
paper
the
thin,
win.
as well.
Oh,
for this,
Shredder.
because every single time people do
He's
have those
going through
questions.
it.
Is this the end of W Gaming? When do they stop getting away with this? They get away with it. So,
mean,
you know,
look,
we've seen it. We've
look.
been here before. We've been here before.
I absolutely, I
morning.
still think they're the most entertaining team to watch.
I think that's
period.
kind of undisputable.
Yeah, but when you hear them coming out and talking the way they're talking,
Dude, I haven't
that's when you
really
make them doubt
slept.
them.
Yeah,
because
and
of
we gotta talk
Twitter.
about Forsaken as well, because Forsaken has been on it, and we've seen the rays come out of him, Mimi, for the first time here.
Yeah, I think in terms of things that have improved since that Pacific Final, Forsaken is a big piece of that. He wasn't doing too
He's been
great
nuts,
when they
yeah.
played regionally, and at Masters Madrid, this guy has showed up and looked incredible.
Oh,
He's
shit.
picking up the rays. He's playing seemingly every role possible. The guy playing the most agents in this tournament right now, and he looks electric on all of them, while also being a big voice in this team, Mike.
Hi,
Yeah,
PJ.
I think
Hi,
as well, if
Hachi.
this is an indicator for kind of maybe
I don't get
when
hungry
you
till
think
like
some of the
noon,
composition
but I
on
have
Simon yet having
fruit
a
here,
different
so
placement
I
in the
stay
scene,
awake
putting
when I
Forsaken
get
back in.
sleepy.
I don't want to say
Hey,
the driving
Archon.
seat now that Jig is gone, but maybe building some compositions that are more focused around Forsaken and his current performance and form could be the key for Paper.
And we've seen that, right? They're switching.
I'm not gonna
content
lie,
on
like,
maps. They're giving him those moments where he can be confident.
PaperX
And
does
these are
really
things we have to walk
well,
away
but
from
then
because
the
why
moment they
PaperX
lose
needs to contend. If
confidence,
they have players stepping up, because even if something's having a bad tournament,
it's bad.
You still have Forsaken, you still have Munyet, you still have guys.
Because you
who
can't
will
do
step
like
up and
stupid
win
shit
these
and like
games,
weird
even against the
comps
best.
without
Yeah, the thing
confidence,
is,
you
you
know?
say put,
It's
he's
already
not-
hard
he's
enough to
putting
not do
himself on those
anything,
things. Alex
Yeah,
or
fair
to
point,
do
yeah.
anything
Yeah.
without
Forsaken that comes
confidence.
out with this kind of stuff. And Gen.G's Munchkin actually had an opinion of Forsaken's Raze, and I don't think you can get a higher praise, Hypog, on a Raze than saying that you look like Jing.
Yeah, that's up there with some of the best accolades you can receive. Again, it just
that's the thing. Like, Gen.G has good shooters, and I feel like if PRX loses their confidence, Gen.G is gonna win. Thank you, Young. I appreciate that a lot.
These compositions and whether or not Forsaken switching onto the Raze is something they adopt across the
No. Like the thing is, like some teams were playing BCT like ranked in the way that I was like, what the fuck is going on? But like PRX, I feel like it's like calculated madness. I hope that makes sense.
He was waiting to hear from Texture. Actually, check this out.
Daytona.
Hey Texture, come over here, bro.
Ruby Jane.
You're feeling good because today is going to be a big day. This is the strongest that Gen.G has looked so far. A lot of people think the same thing. What do you think?
Wait, I know Eric.
Success here at this tournament, and we have Eric here to help with some translation.
지금 현재 젠지가 정말 좋은 경기력을 보이고 있는데
Wait, I know him.
성과를 거둘 수 있는 데 있어서 가장 큰 요인은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
그냥 저희끼리 소통 잘하고 그냥
my day was okay.
Honestly, I think it's just us talking really well and hitting our shots really well. I think that's it.
All right, well, eager to see what you guys have prepared for Paper X. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I remembered. I don't know why I was making.
With Paper X, they had a bit of confidence issues. They admit they're struggling, but Mimi, Gen.G are on the other side of the scale. They look and feel great right now.
Yeah, and in particular, all of the win conditions from Pacific have continued into this one. People ask, is Karen as a rookie going to be able to show up and look incredible? He's done that. Is Texture going to be able to maintain this performance? He's shown up. He's done that. I think there can be, though, an argument made that maybe they played some weaker opposition, right? They played teams that weren't at their height. It was loud in their first match of this event. It was an EDG who was really looking like they were crumbling towards the end of that series. But I think that's not what I focus on. What I focus on is that they're on an international stage. They're playing against a variety of different styles, a variety of different opponents, and I think they're doing still a very good job of maintaining this structured style.
Yeah, I realized that when I drink caffeine right when I wake up, especially really early, it actually makes me more tired.
Sure, I mean, I would counter that.
And I remembered that from college. I don't know why I like forgot that that's how my body works. I think it's just because I haven't woken up this early to do something in a long time.
That's got to be a big bonus for them. And the key thing for me is seeing the energy on stage. It matches how Gen.G looked at regionals as well. I mean, their opening series-wise, they struggled versus Secret, but still the energy was super high. Karen was having standout performances time and time again. Munchkin and Texture alongside that. For me, they're looking very comfortable.
I mean, let's talk about Karen a bit more, because on day one we did say, how does he compare to the other rookies? We had a lot of exciting prospects coming from every
But the thing is, it's like, if I eat
in the group stage, how does he?
In the morning,
he looks just as good.
I get groggy. Like, while I'm eating, I feel very awake, but then after like 10 minutes, I just want to sleep.
Hey, Jeppy. Is his presence on the stage. You look at these clips. Every time his team is winning, even when his team is losing, this guy's standing up. He's screaming at the opponents. He's bringing the energy. He's such a young guy. This is his first global event. He's a guy they found in ranked, but he's bringing the vibe.
They found him in ranked?
Having a player like that is so important for any team.
And he's dropping some cold lines as well. Was it before Loud?
Maybe ranked does matter, chat.
I wasn't even playing.
Exactly. So he's coming out here. He's got the energy. He's transferring that to the rest of his team as well, and also mimicking that with his performance. In my eyes, I mean, I'll go ahead and say we're only entering playoffs now, but I don't think we've had such a quietly consistent performance from a standout controller rookie. Obviously, outside the duelists at any international event so far, I can't think of any.
If he keeps this up, I really think he's in the conversation for like best rookie performance. I mean, Demon 1 probably last year was the next best thing, but this guy's getting close to keeping up that kind of performance.
Hey, he was barely competing when Demon 1 was winning as well. So
that's the even crazy.
We keep saying it's a new era. So.
Yeah, that is the other thing. But it's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you if today's regional matches would go the distance, and you said that you believe the Sentinels versus Loud One will. And I feel like, Mike, I think both games will.
Yeah, fingers crossed for both.
Yeah,
that would have been me for sure. No shock to see Sentinels and Loud winning a Twitter poll.
People who don't think Gen.G and Paper X are going to go to 3, who do you think
if you move your head, you won't get stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a tough call.
Probably Gen.G.
I feel like probably, but still, I feel like general fan sentiment has been very high on Paper X still.
Yeah, we won't have to wait long to find out. But first, let's find out today's today's map pool and check in with Victoria and our coaches.
You guys could barely see his code right there.
All right, welcome to the first
Hi,
map select
SpongeBob.
presented by Omen of
Hi,
Playoffs
Dodge.
at Masters Madrid. Gen.G, you are the higher seed as you came into playoffs 2-0 from Swiss. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Paper X, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band.
Icebox.
Icebox, your band.
Sunset.
Sunset, and map number 1 from Paper X.
Split.
Split, side on split.
Attack.
Attack, and map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bands starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Band Breeze.
It's
Band
live right
Breeze.
now.
Your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Hi, Astra. Yeah, Chad's okay. He's just got his balls chopped.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
You get
Uh-oh.
band bind.
Band Bind. Map number 3 by default is Ascent. Paper X, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
I'm rooting for PRX.
Well,
I'm
we've
rooting
seen
for-
these maps already when they played against each other last time, not in the same order, and a Mimi Split is going to come up first, the one that Paper X did actually manage to win.
Yeah, for Split, honestly, that's a map I don't have too many questions about. Both these teams play very sane comps. They've both been rocking with the double duels. I think what we should be fixating on this series is Lotus, because Paper X have struggled to figure that map out. We were talking about it earlier, Mike, but last time they played that double duelist, double controller with no Viper, no Killjoy, they got ripped to
shit.
pieces
Welcome to
by
stream,
Keikor,
Booty
and
Hunter.
Keikor is excellent at
That's
Lotus.
some
But I
dedication.
think that map, to me, is the pinnacle of where
Hi,
Paper X is still
Mystic.
trying to find themselves, where they don't have a comp that really works. I think that weakness in the map pool could really
It's
be
Ascent
exploited
first?
to that.
Absolutely agree with that. I mean, it was a real head scratcher to see the way that they played that comp as well. It wasn't as if, you know, we've got the sky, you know, we're going to front load some of these rounds and be hyper aggressive, guarantee that we're in our sights, let the Astra kind of flourish it in a post plant scenario. But
You want to take him in here?
it's a bit concerning if they don't change that up. But the next question then becomes, is like, where do they go again? Have they now had the time to re-prep? We know Paper X can turn around comps very, very quickly, but it just feels like such a big gap between where they were versus KC and where they need to be to make Lotus not a glaring concern in their map pool.
I will also say, though, Alex, in the press conference, he said the Lotus comp that they did end up coming out with against KC, it was a Hail Mary. He was like, we are struggling.
That's just so terrifying to hear, though. Like,
we had to do
think we're gonna
something,
jump off if
and
it goes so
was it
bad.
good enough?
And no, it wasn't. Quite frankly, it wasn't. They got rolled by Carmen Core, and I don't think the comp was good. But the thing is, it's Paper X, and I hate to say that. 'Cause I love to be the person like, oh, they're not playing good comps, they're gonna lose. They're the team that's off. But the thing is that this team, seemingly, even when they have that hole, the maps that they have no business winning, they continue to win at this event.
And that's the thing.
Yeah,
that's
there's
the
no
hot
more
topic right now.
balls.
It's like, oh, you guys keep down Paper X, and you know they always end up getting
Because
themselves.
it's the logical thing to
It's
do.
the
to
logical
doubt
thing
them.
to do, but they are the team to defy logic.
Yes.
I just that Lotus comp is the one that's a bit out the window.
Okay,
In
let
my eyes,
him
that's a little too
chill.
far past it to really justify. But also not taking nothing away from Carmine Core being a fantastic Lotus team. Maybe it was exposed, you know, exponentially more so than another team.
I want to pull out from the map veto for a second and just talk about this
How scripted it
rematch.
is.
I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, yes, he's
Cheddar got
correct.
his
But also for
balls
Gen.G, you know what
chopped.
this would mean. If they could beat Paper X a second time, for so many of those players, it's their first time on an international stage. It's their biggest match ever. They made it to playoffs when so many people doubted
Cheddar
them.
not
Now
up.
they're again playing basically the kings of their region. If they could beat them a second time here in Madrid, make it into the upper finals, guarantee a top 3 spot at their first global tournament, that would be an incredible moment for this squad.
Yeah, I think as well when you think about teams and their first step onto the international stage or players
He's trying
individually, you
to
talk about
take
kind of
off his
validations, what does
cone.
it, and claiming an international veteran like Paper X would
But
be
he's
the
like
second leg
waiting
to closing
to
out the grand finals.
waiting for
easily.
me to
That's
not
step
look
in
at
my
him.
eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fan votes here. Gen.G fans, where are you at? Also, shout out to Ulysses, by the way, who's
90%?
Gen.G fans
Oh,
and the
90%?
but where do you guys sit with here? Are you 11% feeding
I'm
my
like,
Gen.G?
I'm pretty
I
sure
think
they get
Gen.G's
knocked
gonna win
out.
today. I feel like they're favored
Right?
in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in. Gen.G have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up to a new level, and it really feels like at some point the Paper X magic won't be able to work anymore.
This is the thing, it comes back to the same old for me. My heart says Paper X, my head says Gen.G, unfortunately. I think as well, if some of these individuals on Gen.G continue their performance, or even, you know, start improving on the performance we've seen far, you know, bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs, a little bit more prep time. That's a real concern for Paper X if they're going to try and pull out some comp changes or really switch up the way they've been playing, if they've gone into that level of detail of the games we've seen already here in Madrid.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse. You know, we got the 9-3 curse. We have a few curses in this tournament. But whenever there's a rematch, whenever that happens, it does feel like the team that's lost before is somewhat favored going into it again.
Yeah,
I'm not a player for them.
There's a pressure to do more, to improve, to look back on that match and learn from it.
I'm just a content creator for them. I'm rooting for
individuals have
PRX.
stepped up. They've gotten closer to finding their identity again throughout this tournament. I think that this is a moment for Paper X that if they can dispatch Gen.G here, make it on forward, this is finally the game where it can kind of dispel the doubts that everyone has had around this team, around if they can do it again, on if they just have to rely on these hero plays, especially if they can do so dominantly or in 2 against Gen.G, which I think will be really tough.
I just shot something for them 2 days ago that should be coming out soon.
That happens. But if they can come out here and get a confidence win, not only is that people looking at them better, but for themselves, right? They're still rating themselves a 6 out of 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm using the Arias right now, but
yesterday
I used the
no bias on the
Asus
but no, I absolutely agree. I think as well, it's really telling if
the only thing about the Asus buds for me is because I split my audio for streaming. I can't do that, so that I can't listen to copyright music.
W Gaming's run its course. We need something else. Now's the time to pull it out.
But if that wasn't an issue for me, I would use it a lot more.
Gives them the confidence that they need. We are down to our final 4 teams. So let's get the playoffs started. It's Gen.G versus Paper X and Sentinels taking on Loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
What the hell? You missed Cheddar. Cheddar's in the room, so he'll see you like walk. You'll see him walking around, but.
What's up? Hello.
Dap each other up real quick.
What?
High five each other real quick.
I remember playing
That's
against
cute.
Screams back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since that.
It's been a hot minute. Yeah.
I remember you guys were insane back then. I'm super happy you guys are here representing NA with us. It's good for a change.
Nobody is standing in Loud's way as Loud make their way to the playoffs easily.
He's doing fine now.
Com certeza, acho que essa última partida foi o nosso pico de performance até agora no nosso time novo.
He's just getting stuck on everything. Like right now he's stuck on my chair leg. But he doesn't think that he can like move.
Tá sendo muito boa. Eu acho que ele nasceu para jogar com o duelista.
At the end of the day, anyone can like take it and win it. It's Valorant, so
it's true.
Just who plays better that day.
Go get some food, Eve.
나도 선글라스 끼면 돼?
I don't know who the key player is for each team. I feel like I would be able to know if like I heard the comms.
Can we win the Masters between me and Gen.G? I mean, definitely. And even if we don't make it far, I hope they do win the trophy for us for the Asia Pacific League.
Last game against Gen.G was a pack final, and we didn't
even like Aqua Blue.
Win. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데.
Gen.G, this team looks scary. Valakia, it is a return to greatness.
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
I don't know, cause like duelists can shoot, but like people on the team set up duelists for greatness. You know what I mean?
Calls and stuff, like he's very confident.
Like some duelists aren't able to, like duelists can't do as much as like they would be capable of if people don't set them up. I'm rooting for PRX.
이제 딱 증명을 해야 될 필요는 없는 것 같고요. 그냥 뭐 무시당할 그것도 없는 것 같아요.
Hi Darth. Hi Darth. I miss Boaster. Somebody needs to start dancing.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time
I'm only streaming this early because it's Madrid, but usually I stream at 5 p.m.
that PaperX have conquered over and over again.
These teams, they have faced in Pacific, but then that was Gen.G proving themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance. I think if they can beat PaperX today, they can cement themselves as the best team from Pacific coming into this event, as a team who could compete for that title. But they're up against a PaperX that no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, PaperX is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you
I
get
live in
on the
Cali.
day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. PaperX looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Gen.G now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time
California.
after streaming it once and then show up and look terrible?
I have. It's because I went to school in Davis, which is like 20 minutes away from Sacramento.
They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll talk them out.
I'm rooting for PRX.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins of Navi Angel, he does currently hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament, but Forsaken is one away. If he just whips out a seventh, a different agent
play
here,
I mean, we see, yeah, we see the
by the way,
map here,
in half the amount of maps too, because Angel did it in 21.
Oh, okay, okay.
So maybe that is the key. Like you guys said, Forsaken, he has been creating a lot of the stuff here, and at least individually, Mike, he's been doing well. He's on form.
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
PJ.
I think just to double on for
Not
that,
right
the
now.
real test for Gen.G would be as well if PaperX do complete.
My city is slept on. I think it's It's not my vibe, but it's
If
cool.
that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Gen.G to come out, obviously prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've shown time and time again. They've looked very, very clean so far here in Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way. They can do that versus a team like PaperX that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on international stage. Massive, massive bounce.
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against PaperX, that's the exception. Gen.G is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos, and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select, and it's standard for once in a PaperX game. It's double duelist style. It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' play styles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, banding the madness.
Is it a mirror comp?
As well, coming out from the split,
It
which was
is.
the iteration that Gen.G played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet and on the other side, out from Charon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's It's Mixman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
they played EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. PaperX know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Gen.G a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also
Something on Jet easy win.
Mental, because the way that PaperX play,
I don't know. I didn't expect them to have mirror comps.
Almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there,
Ali has LA in the Bay, so Sacramento always gets slept on. Yeah, that is true.
They get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now.
I'm cheering for PRX.
It does mean that you're almost
Can I end
both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to.
Weird comps is when both teams have the same are playing the same exact agents. My bad.
Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
also you saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Gen.G won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same. Because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and Something were diving in, so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me?
Oh, yeah.
Where
I had it a little bit lower.
Demolished on this map. So
I haven't eaten yet. I've just been eating fruit.
Why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing
I'm just emailing the vet right now. Sorry, chat.
Question is, will Gen.G be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing spooky going on?
It also seemed like, at least for PaperX, once their comp was figured out, they were like, okay, let's change this one. We lost the EDG. We need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Gen.G come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible. Like, the double duelists especially, the only change they made was Omen in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive. But I just remember that defensive half of Texture and Meteor. I think they both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games. But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PaperX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0, but I'm expecting a 3-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific #1 and Pacific #2, and it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get
he's fine.
Both teams with the majority of their
no, I'm not dead. I'm
chilling. Pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and Something, and Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great
wait, they're so aggressive already.
And Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him. Munyet caught him.
GG. Vanilla.
Barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike. But they have to hope for some serious mistakes at this point.
Wait, they have Texture on Raze? I thought Texture was going to be on Jet.
Or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see, there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for Gen.G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen.G. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as said, expectations for PaperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two I would favor to Gen.G, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for PaperX, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win.
Wait, did they stack A?
I've said that. And then they've won the
Or am I
map,
tripping?
because that's just how they are. They just managed to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map, and that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been
No, well, I can't.
Percentage of teams trading out their
I can't give him Cheerios right now.
And winning your opponents. Gen.G, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close.
Oh, and they stacked B.
Yet now blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen.G gaining
some what?
Fights. With heals up, okay. It looks like they've
Wait, did he jump in with a Marshal?
Very scary for a
he jumped in with an Outlaw. That's crazy. That's the PRX I know. What the fuck?
Was jump down from the heavens with an Outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
crazy.
I'm happy Hippo.
Yes, I do. Well, he just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take someone down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor, but that's the one.
He's
problem.
going for heals.
Taking contact with that outlaw.
Yeah, it's 8 AM for me right now.
That's the thing. They can just heal.
I have a earrings command.
It's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PaperX. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen.G. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds.
Wait, this is the wrong read.
It looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PaperX, who are now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PaperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So
they have no idea.
You know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight away in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for X.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a commentator. This is your goat in PRX. Jing.
Mind Freak. A lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already. And there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Gen.G with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space. So even when that judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for PaperX, follow up, and then they lose. I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage.
He said yummy.
The operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed, but yet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen.G back off.
The game starts at round 5.
Leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one.
He's staring at himself in the mirror.
Going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G. They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side. So they have the information that there was no one there. So they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken still with the judge is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun.
No!
His teammate gets absolutely nothing, and wow, there is the fall of the judge. Not going to find anything more, and for something,
He's a boy.
I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op? Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Doesn't want to throw it out. And for Gen.G, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play.
I don't know why
right
he
now.
swung like that.
So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to
Yeah, okay, let's
that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PaperX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen.G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against EDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive, and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as I said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
What'd you eat, Eve? I used the headphones yesterday. I really like it. I just use a physical mixer, so I can't split my audio with it. Oh!
Flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they
wait, we're chilling. Wait.
Smokes are down,
oh.
But so too are the majority of PaperX players.
Wait, why is something so late?
Left, but he has that off. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3,
that sounds good.
It's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the road.
Oh!
What a shot.
No!
He was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for Gen.G.
That was disgusting.
This early game.
Yeah, still a close
At least he got one.
Invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for PaperX, just basically having the majority. And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen.G. And, well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem, though, is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen.G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PaperX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later.
Anita hits that with the old chamber. Yeah, I hit
This
everything with the old
default
chamber.
play. At this point, they're expecting PaperX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened, though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen.G have a lot of credits built up. If PaperX lose this round,
What's up, Bill?
Skyrocket.
Oh, the crack.
That's not the stuff they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site.
I think we're playing 2 separately right now.
This battle, it could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Divide, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills. The spike just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it.
What?
Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen.G.
Gen.G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PaperX burned up in that round.
Time out that hoe.
Semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from PaperX. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen.G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy.
No, I don't think it's that they're too aggressive. I think they're just too solo. Like, yeah, it's not something's fault that there was a crack in the smoke, but I don't think he should be crossing mid through smoke while not looking at the smoke.
Last time they played PaperX.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that
Like every time they're taking fights that round, it's been like they've been dying alone.
Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for
Hopefully
them.
Alex tells him
Freak
that.
off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant.
No, Callie.
I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier. Is like you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen.G. I think it's like 70-something%. For PaperX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay.
There's no cam because he's about to explode.
Seen the numbers of
Yeah, these are frozen fruits so that I don't get sleepy. That's crazy lore tricks. Wait, they didn't... Okay. Wait, that's such an odd smoke. Oh, wait, that's a defender smoke, sorry.
40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak.
Oh,
that's his
ace?
4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PaperX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen.G. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up.
It's
one
okay,
more.
something's like
3
that.
to go.
Oh.
If he made it, and it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen.G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on.
That's disgusting.
Instant TP to the back of sight, information clearing.
Like, I'm rooting for PRX, but you have to admit that that was disgusting.
He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it, so why not?
This is definitely where on the side of PaperX you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen.G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper.
Oh my god.
Yet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but PaperX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake.
Are you really doing this at 8 a.m.?
It's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen.G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener again. Karen takes down another Forsaken, trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is Lackey and Meteor combined. Might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen.G. And you could just see the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen.G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information.
They need... See, this is what I mean. PRX needs confidence.
Oh, wow. Huge.
Hey, got them
Oh, they missed the Viper smoke.
Got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for PaperX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen.G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go. Maybe for the rest
PRX always play better on the other half.
Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with
Is
a
he?
much better
Or do they?
defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this PaperX side, seeing it early on in rounds. With a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen.G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the
Wait, why
heal.
did we just drop the smoke?
Disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one, and not 2. Damage, but no kills.
Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit.
No!
So unfortunate.
Oh my god, no!
I didn't think there was any way that round was going to become competitive.
Oh, that's so fucking bad. No.
Like the beginning of this round, they were so ready.
Dude.
Their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PaperX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy.
They're warming up.
Not even close, guys. Not even close.
Okay.
You know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7-2. Gen.G finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for PaperX to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights.
Cheddar keeps looking at himself in the mirror.
Maybe there is. Somehow Munyet got past all the defenses. Even still, though, this post plant looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility.
Oh wait, Forsaken needs to work faster.
Looks like it's gone, trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen.G.
Unlucky.
Another 3-man player surviving. 8-2 on the board, and this is PaperX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they've achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the players needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map that previously Gen.G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
they might do one better.
Yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you.
Hi, Crozy.
Here at least to shut down the first and the second, but yet
oh, yes, this is what we wanted.
It looks like PaperX are set to finally put another round on the board.
Something better not turn around.
It's Karen to try to challenge,
yes.
and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. PaperX finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some individual brilliance out of Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munyet being able to kill off the close player, but it's at least
I'm not gonna lie.
Breath of life. We've seen them have strong attacking halves before. So
if I was Forsaken right there, I wouldn't have processed that the person next to me, like the Raze, died, and I would have just shot it and then killed myself on accident.
Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here. And it's
that's why I'm not a pro.
They ain't waiting for the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded.
No, I'm telling you, if, like, for example, if I'm on the other team and we're winning, like, 2-8, they always, or like 2-9, they always turn up on the last second.
Now, it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play, and Gen.G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PaperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of
Are
the
you
time,
okay,
those smokes are being
Callie?
put down by Munyet just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight. Because they're so passive, the operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Wait, did they have 2 ops?
Nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13th. Spike drop. An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught. They need to dive on that spike and get it planted, but PaperX are in their way.
W Gaming!
At the half. It's not a death sentence, like you said, Tom, but
W
certainly nothing to
Gaming!
celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Gen.G. Lakia leading the
Dude,
charge.
fuck Nightbot.
Plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that PaperX have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is, there's definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
Leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karen might be.
I didn't have a I didn't have an account.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력.
I haven't won an 8-4-9-3 game in the last 12 times. But you've probably lost one of those, so it's real.
감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해.
Like if I had an EU account and I logged in here, I would have like insane ping.
진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다.
Hi Arya.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G last time facing off against Paper X. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. Paper X, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with Paper X. In he goes. Something's looking for a fight. Oh, perfect. Snake Bite's even better. And with 1 HP,
good pinch.
The rest of the squad comes in to save him.
Wait, what's going on? Okay, we're winning. We're fine. I had to look at who was alive still. Oh!
That's a mistake. And it almost was a costly one too.
Yeah, the Munya needed to hit that headshot at the end.
Command Ghost.
Like there was a realm where Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still, though, it is the pistol round for Paper X, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is, firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
Oh, there's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon.
Oh!
Okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in
Oh
the
no!
corner, yet,
Oh wait, I mean, oh yes, wait. I'm getting confused on the sides. Wait.
Oh, what is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see
I need more sleep.
the gumption to do such a thing. Karen,
I need sleep.
serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
No, I'm just trying to understand the other perspective.
Players of Paper X have been so fast. There's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash, to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these jewels, for now, at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away. The spike being planted.
I need to sleep.
And now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had. And, well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP. A Paranoia still online. Both smokes. Timing is key.
Oh,
good
swing.
That's a 3-2-1. Perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So, few kind of random engagements.
And you know, we'll wake up once the game starts getting closer.
Rocking the boat a little bit for pipluptiny.
Dude, the day that there was 3 maps on both games, I wanted
3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next.
Yeah.
Now, this purchase from pipluptiny has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen.G.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hole. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heel up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for pipluptiny. Tagged up a little.
Oh no!
What an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical. As now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know that Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition.
No!
This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about, can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now.
That's
I imagine
scary.
there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump
dude.
within those last few seconds.
Oh my god.
Needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen.G.
Oh my god.
5 players alive.
Literally had him in like a fucking cage.
Feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, Gen.G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, pipluptiny attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and pipluptiny now
funny number.
And a Sheriff light shields on most
funny
players.
number.
Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I tell you
okay. We're fine. No.
As mentioned, this was a
we're fine. We have numbers.
Some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now that you look towards the players of Gen.G in this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well. Although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture.
Okay, we're fine.
Both shots landed by Mindfreak.
We're fine. We're fine. We're chilling.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen.G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board.
Real match starts at round 16.
Rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
I think Monyet just got cleared, and then whoever was behind map didn't have his trade on time. It was fine.
Now just 2. That's how close pipluptiny have managed to bring this. Going on to their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karen's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP.
It's Sublime.
Murder. Brilliant from Karen. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put
we don't go B again.
The pro play. And it works.
Wait. Whoever reaches 11 first is gonna choke.
Focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's gonna be up top, but my goodness, what a
Sublime
reposition from him. and clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty, they've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by PaperX as they can now feel that it's getting late into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen.G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mindfreak.
Like in high school?
Sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's got triple his kills. That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something, though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup, other than, I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming.
I don't know,
It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen.G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PaperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karen just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Blade Storm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay.
I don't really want to say.
Half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen.G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play. And a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back.
Wait, something went out before Devi even ulted.
This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for PaperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mindfreak, the last man standing, 1v3, and Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time.
Yeah, 2 coaches could be an issue, but I'm assuming if they have 2 coaches, they won't have that. They're not having that issue.
Just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle, and you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mindfreak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen.G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages.
I want Pi.
A lot of the time,
Last
I don't mind
time I had
but I
Pi.
feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
It's my
birthday. The thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Gen.G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the 7.
This map looking over, as you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything.
It is not going good, chat.
They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row up against 4 ultimates. Only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen.G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a
I'm ready for PRX.
From the shadows.
Oh my
God. So that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Okay.
Wait, that was kind of big brain.
Try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, he underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so.
What the fuck?
Past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end.
Surely we'll play together because we have numbers, right? Okay, it doesn't even matter.
It's going to put him down immediately.
Because he's better.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad.
No, I don't even think it's like an individual diff. Like, I think PRX lost too many rounds where they're playing too scared of individually.
All of them last round, they got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with.
I think it would have been like 10-11 if they didn't like lose so many rounds because of that.
Gen.G are finally seeing some negative economic state. Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PaperX's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider. Surely.
It might be the pressure of everything. I don't know. It could also be first game.
A little bit dangerous. Spamming.
First game is a warm up.
Being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and the man advantage for Gen.G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind,
something plays like he got 300 HP. He basically does.
Down there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PaperX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. Gen.G have
I'm pretty sure they get warm-ups before.
Get inside the pit, and what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing. A free kill presented. He's got 3 more to
like
go.
they get to warm up with aim labs, I believe.
This would be exceptional. Good luck
to
you, and good night.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the running through of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar
unlucky.
Both pistols and only losing
Hi-oh.
rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on PaperX, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Okay, I'm starting up the prediction again for this next game. It's Gen.G's pick on
in this series. I'm going to walk you through attack
Lotus.
Control. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Nice out. EP is real. Put everything on PRX. Honestly, I don't know why. I thought you guys would vote for Gen.G more. Because this is their map pick. But yeah, it could go either way. Who are you rooting for, PRX? Hi, Twin Cloud.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Life hands you bad lemons. Try and make lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane. Switch it to agave. Gave it all I had left. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up a God. Hey, you can pay me for my time though. And it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish. Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like it's August. Seeking answers, all I found is.
Do you find it easier to fall asleep on a couch than a bed? No. I get cold too easily. PRX and Gen.G are playing. I find it easier to fall asleep on my chair. I don't know about that one.
Tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Everybody moving scared. Don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word. Speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things. Upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free. Chaos just to set you free. Deep down, still in doubt, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know,
Dude, he doesn't.
I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you.
He's so out of it right now.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Hey, Wilson.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You
Hi,
can't tell me
Skis.
what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me.
Dude, he was falling asleep standing, and the cone was holding his head up.
Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. Where the world crash. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm with Solo and Jen here to help with some translation. So Solo, of course, a lot of teams talk about how Paper Rex is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Gen.G does know
Wait,
them
do they
well.
have a Gen.G light stick?
Dissect their style.
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기
Wait, that's kind of
마련인데
cute.
젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요.
Wait, they should have one for every
어떻게 경기를
team.
풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다
What?
보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서
I'm
게임을
sending this over to C9.
또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 지금은. 네.
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Gen.G players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
A fan chant?
Really good for Gen.G, so thank you very much.
That would be crazy.
It's not just a good day. They've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Hypok. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident. They're hitting their shots. They know how to deal with Paper Rex. And Mimi, it's not...
Dude, I want a wingman
Yeah, to be quite
plushie.
honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better Paper Rex in
Thank
this
you for the
game. Right?
look,
They had
Al.
the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas Paper Rex looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Gen.G willing to step into that zone with Paper
I
Rex.
can drop it. I just need to film it.
Stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Gen.G, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of.
I did drop
Yeah, you guys
wingman.
are hyped up the rookie. Karen coming to this a lot. And
I wish I still had the sticker so I could like give them out when I go to games.
I mean, you gotta check check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to PaperX when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive and carry it. I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches PaperX off guard because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive.
That sounds fun.
Executes, and their
Have fun,
are constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PaperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round,
hopefully Shanghai, Japan, and Korea.
And on the other side for this, for PaperX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching.
I'm not sure yet.
What else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start. Again, super aggressive, almost like
I have no idea, realistic.
Still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, some of the aggressive plays the PaperX make. They felt very disjointed.
It is a fat crosshair.
One person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical PaperX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum-heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, get that swing into their favor?
Hi, Kelthrick.
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you can go snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we got to get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike?
Anita Rex win? That's crazy.
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and back on the raise. So,
submissions are still open. I'm going to close them very soon for points predictions.
It fixes that issue, but I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking
Cypher?
on the attacking side. You're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to be
PRX to win.
how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astro comp. So really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and
Cypher and Lotus is good. Trust the Forsaken.
Well, Yinsu,
okay.
I'm feeling excited because
I'm just
at
surprised.
worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start, though, from Gen.G.
Oh.
Okay. They had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle.
Dude, Karen looked back like, what the hell was that?
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right
I believe they're going to lower bracket.
Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX diving quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already.
No.
Down and they're winning the fights, leaving Divide all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out, and Karen wins.
Wait, he had an extra bullet.
3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
What the fuck?
From Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Thank you, Callie.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And that, well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site.
That's
they get the
crazy.
and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen.G, but you always have to look at PaperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach.
Oh, I didn't close Gambo. Sorry. Thank you.
Garner extra control. And PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. We can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen.G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner. Spike planted.
Dude, he's going through it.
Position. It's only
Help him out.
10 HP or so because he was so low. So the problem now is you have to fight back
RIP.
these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow up, and then it's clean house.
I don't want to say ew, but like ew.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly,
You know?
something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that
How can I not say ew? But the ew. But the
Tetris was one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult to challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen.G, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tag, Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting. They're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divide. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades.
We're chilling. We're chilling. We have 4.
Fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual
Ooh.
as well. I think predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the
Yeah,
next
I'm excited
round.
for Clove.
I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity
A Gen.G 1 split.
have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Divide and Mind Freak, both playing without shields and with a bit of dent.
We don't have the money for this.
This is getting very costly for the attacking side, with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets
We're
PaperX
chilling.
the kill.
That would have been so bad.
But at what cost?
Okay, feel better.
Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
The players are sweating because Alex is...
Round 4.
Boom.
There's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. Chance for Gen.G to shut down the way back through for PaperX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen.G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PaperX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that.
Okay, we're chilling. We got the site. We got the site.
Oh. Didn't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost managed to get this one. Even still, though, for Gen.G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's no, just going through. Too many bullets.
Racist gun.
But Gen.G, they break back immediately. And well, we
It's okay. The game doesn't start until round
all
5.
their players. It's gonna hurt now.
Yes,
Hi, Ian.
yes, it absolutely is. You know, you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only one found its mark.
Oh,
and
man.
then chaos afterwards.
Have fun,
Every time
Ian.
you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back.
I don't like this. I want to go to sleep again.
On all sides. Gorgeous stuff. 3-1.
It's
Odin
okay.
being kept through. Lakia going way up in
I
my
wonder why
estimation from
PRX
play,
started
but
on
Spams,
defense both
they're not having too much
maps.
success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs. Well, also
I feel like if they know that they're
That's the main reason.
they rely heavily on momentum, shouldn't they play attack, especially if they're
Gamble rotation, so he's just moving
so aggressive?
out and elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karen is excellent. at
Trusting
knowing
the
when to
process.
reposition as well, so
Questioning the process a little bit.
Oh,
spots open. This is ambitious.
where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it. He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance. PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen.G off to a flying start with it yet again. It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for PaperX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen.G.
Oh, you think Loud is gonna win?
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause though coming out from PaperX because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance, again, on this double duelist. And there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay,
I have no favorites, but I would like Sun to win because that's the only team I know. Respect.
On the for Gen.G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round, at least, one off a blade
Sun is
storm,
winning this champ,
showstopper,
I'm
the
not
only
gonna
ult
lie.
isn't going to be
Okay, now that you
playing
said
a
that, they're
part
gonna
in this
lose.
round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. And clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think PaperX are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out.
Please jinx Gen.G. Wow, Gen.G is gonna go 13-1 here, and they're definitely not gonna take it to the third map. Like that's not gonna fucking happen.
I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be.
Thank you for the prime fart, Val. That's crazy.
Using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen.G. Filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards.
Surely Munchkin and Meteor don't clutch this, right? There's no way that they do.
Angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked
Hi,
underneath
Danny.
and playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. PaperX losing.
I tried. You guys can't even blame me because I tried.
And filled in every gap that Gen.G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. PaperX had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out. When it
The
comes
more
to
you jinx, more it doesn't work.
You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
This is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still
When is it
rotate.
too
Like, he's
much?
just so confident
When is it too
at this
much
stage in his
cursing?
individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was again another big round for PaperX. A lot invested, even having some decent.
I said that as a curse. 13-1 as a curse.
Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
The thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think when Yet on the previous map was thrown at a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it. At least trading out the first. Karan, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2
I'm so
right
scared
now.
right now.
Luckily, because Karan was dropped very quickly. So too is Meteor. Hell, it's winning, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some.
No worries, Minnie. Have a good day at work. Hi, Danny.
Right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G. And 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, PaperX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen.G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of PaperX. Counter operator going to be invested into on something. He has had a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot for
I missed it.
Already
The doggy is sleeping right here.
You see the idea as well?
He has a cone on.
We try to take space elsewhere.
I can't give him material.
Gen.G are getting aggressive, giving PaperX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really
Let me give you back your points, Danny.
On 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PaperX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft. If they can even drop a
He
body.
just got neutered yesterday, so.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know, yeah, second pause is going to be called for PaperX. At this point, I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen.G have won, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack.
Let me go to the creator dashboard.
No, I would say that's very bad. If you're a PaperX fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for PaperX, you're looking at the last time they played this map against this squad again. You know, I was looking back at that series, which worked perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well. Will I say justified a Reyna pick? Maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2 and 8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here, we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore, because what's the point?
And they pushed A with 2 players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right? So like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rubble? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
from
behind.
Push B. It looks like they are.
Wait, why can't I?
The smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if.
Why can't I give you back your points?
Allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trades
were
awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of PaperX. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally,
wait, did you get it back, Danny?
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the seaside once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got
perfect.
an AUP and an aid. And there's a snake bite left. This could be
I'm
very,
gonna go.
very
I'm gonna
dangerous
take it
indeed.
off the redemption right
Dexter's
now.
not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now is a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it winnable. Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen.G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah. I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best of 5 series that was a 3-1 and a
It's
lot
not
of rounds were
Jover.
close. It looks like
It's not
Gen.G
Jover. They have a chance of
leveled up,
3-9.
and PaperX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same.
It's not copium.
All 5 ultimates, by the
I'm
way.
trusting the
Gen.G
process right now.
that's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds
Nexus
anyway.
not boom yet. It's not Jover. That's what I'm saying.
Let's throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket.
Oh,
and
we're
it's not
chilling.
landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown.
Not 11-1. It goes 3-9, and then when Gen.G reaches 11, then PRX wins. Yep.
It's giving PaperX a chance, Tom.
Yup.
The spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia drop leaves Munchkin 1v3.
Yup.
If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players. No,
As written, Anita Al-Khaib. That's crazy.
That's the only thing I beg of you.
I'm gonna wait until I actually like get my predictions right, and I'm gonna steal that for a tweet.
And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PaperX. And well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies, second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we
might die from heart attacks. We're
Alex
chilling.
round, but it's
Doing 2
scary
was
that he
insane. It was really good. Really, really, really good.
Just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
Hi, Fosh.
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen.G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open and he gets caught.
No.
That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you could call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PaperX will find the plan.
I'm not. The only movie that I'm excited for after doing
Not wanting to allow them to set up
is Kung Fu Panda 4.
Managed to land the shot. Now I think the flash through the back might have
Like no other movie is catching my attention right now.
Away from the flank,
It's good.
Open. I think it's because Divide's having to
Yeah, that's good to know.
The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in.
All right, I'll be watching that.
His teammates got his back, and that
Oh.
means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Divide with an operator.
No.
First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy. Defuse.
We're chilling.
There's no
Trust in David.
Finally, PaperX pull out the miracle rounds we've
Trust
seen
in
from them,
David.
but everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They weren't both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat.
Okay, now they need to get a 3-9 instead of a 4-8, and then we'll be chilling.
Gen.G come in with a Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture.
No.
And his operator has been fierce.
Does Forsaken Cypher often? Yeah, I'm rooting for SEN next match.
It's just a dry wide peek by Moniette. Players up top looking to trade, but
not really. Yes.
Too quickly. Paper X giving him another shot.
Hi, Minnie.
And it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like Paper X have finally woken up. They've found some punch.
Okay, respectfully, I feel like he doesn't lurk often. Like, I feel like if he, like, you can tell, I don't know, like, for what I see, I'm like, I feel like he's not used to lurking.
No snake bites to play with though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Ooh.
Paper X 8-4
Yeah.
at the halftime.
Like, he walked up A that last round.
Foundations laid. The second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
And then he tried walking up A again, and then holding that angle when he's closer to the wall. So, like,
I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything.
Texture's gonna
That's
see
how
him
good
first.
Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from Paper X to at least get something.
You know what I mean?
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart.
Can we get a cone of shame on Pure X too? No.
Yeah, I think we were taking too easy. I think. I mean, they did exactly what we.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, respectfully, I feel like he doesn't suit
They're not scared, even though these, like, I think for some
lurking.
of them, it's their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they.
And I don't even blame him, because how are you supposed to go from duelist straight to like lurking Cypher?
Blinded and Monnier just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on
Ew. Ew.
I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know? I mean,
He lurks on Yoru. I feel like that's different.
Kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot
Hi,
of
Tui boy.
Just
I feel like lurking on Yoru is different than lurking on Cypher.
And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably
Like, the thing about Cypher is that you have to have
MVP
the,
as well in the Pacific kickoff.
like, when you're hard looking as Cypher,
Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some.
it's all about mind games and then being confident. Like that one round when he was on A and he got that kill and then he ulted and he didn't know where to look after, that got him killed.
First half, with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking.
Yeah, you can still get active on Yoru lurk, but it also gives you the freedom to be really aggressive. Like, Cypher doesn't have that.
First half talk, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has.
Like,
not
the
been.
last round he lurked on A instead of crossing the rubble because he didn't want to commit that far. If he was Yoru, he could do that. Because he could TP out.
This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Moniette.
That's why I was like, I don't know about Cypher.
Aggressively on the other side is something waiting.
I don't know. They did get 3-9, so I don't know. I don't know.
Has to use the dash to get out of there.
I don't know.
Waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with Paper X. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something though delivers. Okay, he's up top and no
Ew.
easy. That's a 3K for something.
Ew. That's a good.
Just him having confidence.
That's well played.
You look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but style. Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands.
Both. We're aiming at both.
Definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Gen.G have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential.
Yeah, it
for
is.
PaperX. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen.G.
Oh my god, my eyes twitching.
He's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PaperX.
Because I don't want my editor to go through like 2 weeks worth of games.
They're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Divine will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Monyet. Jump peak will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity.
Wait, that never mind, not Rut-Row.
Not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from PaperX as they managed to bring things again back within
it was
2.
all of the above, Big Mac boy.
But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where Gen.G truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm. Even if they lose the round, with how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Monyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position, and honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there.
Wait, why am I freaking out? That was good for us.
That operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen.G.
Okay.
Off rip, and it's
supporting PRX.
Responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage, and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round, and it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter because Monyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7, and now this gets me excited for PaperX. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from Gen.G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take.
Dude, cheddar smells like Doritos.
With him blast packing in, but instead,
like, I can smell it from here. Imagine if you took off all, like, the seasoning off of Doritos.
As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for the plant to come through while Monyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PaperX haven't
I
made a
mean,
move.
it's fine.
Why
Does
haven't
cheddar
they?
taste
Why
like
are they not trying
Doritos?
to fight for any bit of control?
I hope not.
And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they
You
plant the
showered
spike.
in Doritos while you slept? Dude, I didn't even sleep. He was whining like a fire alarm all night. Like, I kid you not, he didn't even take a single like 1 minute break.
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor.
So I'm like extra tired today.
Nothing being spotted towards the spawn
Yeah.
means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's gonna confirm the MasterCard 3. And what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of PaperX falls to one man.
One big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason,
Oh,
when
no
it's
dust
him
slam.
and 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one.
Oh,
he
man.
always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he
How
gets
much
the
sleep
kill, and I'm like,
are you on?
well, fine then.
Dude, I don't even know. Like the first couple hours, I was sleeping like
Caught his opponents off guard with Gen.G
for an hour. I woke up and then slept for another hour, and then I woke up, and then after that he started crying, so I was just half awake the whole time
Look at where he is. It's not really an opping angle normally, is it?
for like 6
Nice flash,
hours.
that's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin,
Oh.
the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life, while the showstopper is again just, oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger, and now he realizes his
Wait, that's good for us.
from PaperX.
I don't know why he didn't just fire it, but that's good for us.
Well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive. Made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least. So they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first.
Oh, we're chilling. We're
the
fine. We're fine.
Back and forth so far.
I don't know why he didn't fire it though.
And they close the gap once again to just one round.
How is he now?
Well, that's the response. And
He's just laying down. Hi, 3Z. I have an earbuds command.
Killed something if he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an all right now. That's a dash. But it works out for him. No punish. And the reposition gets
Oh, he got 2? And they traded? We're winning this shit, bro.
in just a second. Blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing.
Dude, that was a happy accident.
Because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G
Well, that's a fat crowd.
foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it. The distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too.
My sleep schedule isn't fixed. I'm just awake. Actually, my sleep schedule was better when I wasn't watch party. Like, I would wake up at like 9:30 a.m., sleep at like midnight. Or 1 a.m. 1:30.
Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as
Thank
quickly
you,
as
Yodo.
humanly possible, but Meteor's there.
Now I'm waking up at
Leaves it up to
7,
something. As said, he's had a real resurgence.
taking a nap at like
Fall back to enable the reload.
3 p.m.
Mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just out to the classic.
No.
It's a classic. Valakia's the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by Gen.G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper
Cheddar's
is
crying.
outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen.G, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody
Are we getting a cheddar cam? I don't know if you want to see him right now. He's just laying down with the
value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture.
with the cone.
Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as PaperX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's
Oh.
to find him.
That's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle.
No, the crouch. Wait. Round 11. They hit 11. They hit 11.
Major worry here for PaperX. They don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round gap. Gen.G in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong scoreline.
The 11 curse has died.
For the other side, but when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0
Oh wait, they're on an
based off
eco.
of coin flips. And PaperX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side.
Wait, why did they Omen flash?
Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that PaperX can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few
Wait, that
rounds.
wasn't even like.
And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels or allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
I said they were planning to play in lower bracket.
Got their number. This round at least.
Why?
Was a weaker
Every time I've watched them, they've lost.
Absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post-farms, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken.
I have some bad news for you.
Who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3.
Anita, Al-Gaib, look away, and PRX, max win. Okay.
Unheard of. Surprising. And now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The PaperX are not dead. Not down.
What's happening?
Definitely looking injured.
Can someone tell me what's going on?
Rounds in OT in the third map. A lot of wind conditions. Gen.G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. PaperX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones.
Wait, what if I listen to Valorant like how dads listen to like baseball games on radios?
Pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good.
I have no idea what's going on.
Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for PaperX, and it looks like they've still got a fight in them.
What site is this even? It has to be A or C, right?
The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak because he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down, and Devi very much known towards
It has to be A, right? I don't hear water.
Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Divine needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor.
Guys, this is actually making me eepy.
A chance if Mind Freak can make it to Divine.
Is it a 1v1? Or is it 1v2? 2v2?
Even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out,
This is actually really comfortable. I'm actually gonna fall asleep.
But Mind Freak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9.
That didn't work.
A consistent showing from the side of
That
Gen.G.
did not work.
They take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Gen.G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes
It was
to Pacific.
B? I heard the doors open, so I was like, surely.
Their goal was to make it to the playoffs, so they've made it there, and they've
That's
continued
crazy.
to push forward in that upper bracket. A team has said that last year didn't really do too much.
That TP was insane. Yeah, it was so insane.
A mix of players that
Thank you for the 2 months.
to do well.
Insight. Thank you.
They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face
Yeah.
Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
The second map, although only 1 round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely
Forsaken is so far ahead.
PaperX. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end. But despite that streak of rounds, Gen.G take the victory thanks to map number 1, PaperX's pick, where they just didn't get started. Yeah. Now that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen.G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a
Yeah,
very
we
nice
trusted the
position to be in,
process.
and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run, you can even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, making a run, PaperX making a run. This Gen.G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be there lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I love the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from. And I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows. Like, this is looking like a completely different squad. And honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen.G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen.G? Where are the Gen.G fans over here?
Thank you. Get the plushie.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de PaperX. Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan.
Dude, I was just welcome to stream. I was just thinking, should I make Bulldog right now?
Pueden cerrar un 2-0. Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that PaperX composition change.
Have a good gym sesh.
It seems like it was slipping away, but
Bulldog
you were able
always
to take it back
hits.
right at the end.
Okay, I'm gonna make
what was the
Bulldog.
focus to make sure the map would go your way?
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen.G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘해지는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or, affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no los llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en el que están en el stage, en el que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen.G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de PaperX o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here. Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with PaperX or are you expecting it to beat someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 페이퍼렉스를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면은 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want PaperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que PaperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros nos vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen.G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that PaperX have conquered over and over again.
Got 2 damage, but no kills. Oh, this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet off.
Wait, let me start up predicts.
An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second one. Yet as well, Rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position is sublime. Brilliant from Carlos.
There you go.
This would be exceptional.
Dude, I'm making food right now, and I like can't see Cheddar, but I just hear him banging into everything. Okay, I'll be right back.
He brought a knife to a knife fight. Players on the other side, Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually a very quiet start to this game and a reaction shot. I want this shit. Spawn nice means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect. Saken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this cake. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Red Bull gives you wings.
My water's taking too long to boil, so I'm back. I don't think BO5 is until the last day, right? Lower finals and grand finals? Okay. My son is doing. fine. He just ran straight into the, like, the door of the oven. Like, come here. SEN versus Loud always seems inevitable. It would be crazy if they end up playing each other again. That would be crazy.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Hypog. We've had our first regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus
Is
Loud,
that
and I
to
believe,
scale?
Mimi, the matchup that
Life
you're very,
size?
very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings
Oh
along
yeah,
the
let
way.
me change that.
It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, Hypog, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape
That's a
obviously
spawn
to go
div.
through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown
Hi,
that, you know, they're
Alpha.
willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is
I
actually
went
a
to
real
LA
opportunity to
Champs,
break
but I don't
playoffs
remember
that
seeing the
Loud's,
giant
I don't
wingman.
say in terms of prep, but
I went
have the upper hand in
to
that regard.
They played less
the
maps in some of these
last
teams, but
C9
remember they were
energy
playing
game.
back to back. It was something like 12
And they
hours
had like
of
a
prep between
giant
playing Heretics
gecko
to then play
statue.
Casey and beat them.
Yeah,
And
of
it was the
course I'm
same in
rooting for
Americas.
SEN.
They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined.
Okay, the thing is
But
that
finally, this
last
team has had a
time
bit of a break
I did
at
a
playoffs.
watch party.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them.
All
as
the
well.
teams
And
I
speaking
rooted
of
for
that, here is
except
what
for
Coach
SEN lost.
Kaplan had to say right after they
And like
secured
last
the
game,
playoffs.
I rooted for PRX.
I cannot.
Now
wait to
surely
see
SEN doesn't lose, right?
It means a lot. It's been really hard to
Right.
have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff.
We will be
and
blaming you if they lose, by the way. You guys are gonna blame me
turnaround time,
regardless.
with that strategically, right?
Okay.
Especially even with scrims or jet lag,
My
challenges.
agent
So
has
having
access
some
to
time
my business
breathe
email.
and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief. and
Gen.G
confidence
won.
boost for the games ahead.
It should be
This is the thing,
changed
they've already
to
achieved
SEN
everything so
versus
far
Loud.
without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even
No,
with the low
PRX
prep
is in
time, how
lower
good this team is
bracket.
at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and Casey, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents' tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time.
I'm
And we
making
saw that in
Bulldog
Americas
right
when they went
now.
into playoffs. They further leveled up. This is a squad that
Good
when
night,
they
Sour
really
Lemon.
take
Sleep
that effort
well.
to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think
Surely not,
individual
Vinny.
performances here. Sassy
Hi,
a little bit of a
Kirby.
concern, but I think if there are going to be any changes
Yeah,
to the
Gen.G flew me
competition,
out
the way that,
to
particularly
Korea
Zek
for
and Tens are both
League.
performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, top QT as well.
The
Individually standing
translator
up
they
so
had in the beginning,
Yeah, let's
Eric,
talk about Tekken here because we
I met
see-
him
yeah,
while I
Tens
was
and
in
Tekken,
Korea, so I was
Tekken.
like, oh
We've been kind of
shit.
debating, you know, rookies
This is
here and
cool.
there, but there
Hey,
is no
Payne.
debate when it comes to these two. Mimi, they are just
How
the
can you
best
root
right now.
against them?
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team.
'cause I like
and the thing is, they're
PRX.
always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well.
I just
They're
saw
a very
Energy's post of
aggressive
Cheddar and
duo.
made
You'll
me
see them
chuckle.
take risks,
chuckle.
But the difference between them and
Yeah, it was
maybe a
funny
team like
because
Paper X, a player like
we
Forsaken,
forgot
per se,
that
is it's always together, and it's always always being really well integrated into John QT's system.
Shadow was gonna get
When
his
they go
balls
for
chopped
these
and then
bursts, when
couldn't
they
make
go for
a
these early
prediction
fights,
until the
rest
morning
team is
of.
calling around that. They hear Zek and say, hey, I want to make
Yeah,
this
my
play.
loyalty
Tenz knows
isn't
how to
bought.
set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Who's your goat in
just to
Sen?
double down on that, the support system here is really the
I don't
difference.
know.
To have everybody here delivering
Maybe
individually,
Jonathan
Zek and Tenz
Q-Tip?
being the ones to lead the charge.
I'm gonna go check on my
it's
noodles.
terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But Icebox, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card, the Uno reverse that comes out in the series that they need to deliver it. And I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and bouncing back the way they did with the follow-up series, we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen.G, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP-worthy performance, and you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already, who's also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this, because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad. With Osmus out of the team, he's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelist in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well, because less is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei que você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início com a galera, com o time, e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tô no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón.
Right. I'm prepared. I have Bulldog. I made ricotta yesterday. So hopefully it'll help with the spice. It's just the regular Bulldog. It's just one. Thanks, Brody.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's a new versus
All right, make sure to send in your submissions, by the way.
Played this year, and we're already into the veto.
We have 6 minutes left on it.
In their strengths, and I I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This honestly what we're getting already.
I usually put the whole thing, but I put like 3/4 of it.
Actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out.
The predictions.
Concern to kick things off on Split. Obviously, two very polarizing results. Obviously, regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that. In particular, their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything has been on
Dude, the
point.
Ricardo on this is so good.
So much of it is Zekken, and so much as it is also John QT. It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you
Okay.
think this will be, though? Because the first match we saw today, very, very one-sided. Also, what we expected.
Yeah, it's for map 1.
Icebox, do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series, though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce-back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat Sen there. I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy here, but Hypok, he's going up against Sadag. You know, they've been looking forward to this matchup for a long time. As we take a look at the Agent Select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
Well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas. But I mean, you could argue again, it's another one of those familiar opponents. Very
Sentinel on Split.
And obviously regionally, Sassy's performances were above
the
what we've seen
Breach
so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken
I need your
has to
opinion
be
on
a
this.
priority for Loud. He's
feel
looking
like
like
Jet
the
is
best
not good
player
on
in the
Split.
event right now, and if he can keep that up in this one, if
Like,
he can
she's
get
not
the
nearly
openers
as
for
good as,
Sentinels,
like,
give John Keith those
Raze.
John QT, excuse me, those options in the mid-round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's gonna be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are, over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least. In the regional finals, these two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game. But, you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup.
I feel like you don't even need like a Jet. I think if you have Raze, you should be set, right?
Many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen.G looks scary. You do not want to be
before this game starts, I'm gonna get
in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, PaperX no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this. And then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions. Where Loud and Sen, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se, but it does just, you know, stretch you ever so deeper into that tournament, into Madrid, gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map that Analyst Desk has talked about.
They have their own
and
keyboard, but they have to keep it at the
Loud
arena.
won that in the 3-2 victory
Happy birthday,
that
Richard.
Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox
So they
was
have like
close,
basically
man.
two of their
Sunset too.
peripherals.
There's no guarantees that that goes the way of Sen again if we do end up going to 3. Sen
One
need
at
a
home and
good
then
start
one at
here, but I think for Loud too,
Arena.
they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating.
Maybe 3 actually, because like they're practicing.
Present showed here by Loud into B-Main with the boombot, walking up behind the smoke. Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. But Zelsis is going to be holding for this one.
They're
Jiggles
just betting on
Stray
Sen.
shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B-Main.
And 10's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught contact. It didn't. They've re-cleared B-Main, but not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight in mid. Cowanzine did not use a fault line at the start of the round.
Dude, I'm
so
dying
still
right
got
now.
that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it. No kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they
It is
decide to
waking
go
me
over and
up.
commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. John Cutie and Sewers.
It's putting me on fight or flight.
Ooh!
Ooh!
John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end with the snake.
I already know what he's gonna say.
Buy the bundle! Set up these kind of
Buy the bundle!
You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes, where they would cook up some kind of post-plant aggression, and they've always got a different idea. That's the great part about this SEN team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
I told you.
Seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive. Yeah, like calling that mid-push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both of these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Les Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is Sen taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John Cutie going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Ooh, second, the reaction's there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tens is shortly behind him, but a flash repeat. Kawazine can't get too much more done. 1 player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info, as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way, to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
I feel like I can't like even react because I'm just
get even harder
fighting
as well
for my
when
life
Sen
right now.
Swapping sides, they look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. Amount of util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Where are the reinforcements? There was a molly into the smoke and well,
Beneath my
damage has been
booty.
done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Zelsis. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Evan.
Spike planted.
Oh, and the pit goes down too. Now Sassy is pretty far away, but I think... Yeah,
Wait, that's a crazy pit.
They're expecting a reflank.
It goes all the way into CT.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it and tucked to the corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam. It saves the day for them. Celsius traded, pit going down. Tens, 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite?
Oh my god.
When Tens is wielding it.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundy's on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
It was crazy, but like it was a good ass ult because they're on a bonus.
No chance.
And 3v3, 3v4.
A team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese
It was a good ult.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Wait, is Zek in Pinoy?
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too. John is so
much
wide.
Yep. That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Half? Oh, what's the other half?
Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the sheriffs, but use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snakebite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of follow. They have to face it wide though, with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. Positioning's known and noted, and so three survive into it with Zekin picking up threes. One away
American
now.
Filipino? Oh, okay.
Critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some.
I don't know why. I just never thought about like what ethnicity he is.
Once you start snowballing forwards, Loud are going to be one away from having a broken economy again. And Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinels' utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekin's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Bulldog tastes so much better when it's half of the packet.
Oh, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb line.
I remember one time when me and Colin first started dating.
You see how there's two Viper orbs layered on top of
I did like
and that's gonna disincentivize what Loud have been going for.
the Bulldog challenge with him, except I ate 1.5 packets worth of sauce with 1 packet's worth of noodles.
And that's broadly speaking what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in though.
Dog right on cue there, at the minute mark.
I think the carbonara is okay. I like the curry one.
Loud still
Thanks,
left
Kyle.
scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers. There's a point them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favor, and they need openings and they need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage, the bullets
Okay,
go
I'm on
wide,
my
but this is
last
such
bite.
a difficult setup to break
20
into.
seconds left.
What are they even going for here? Slowing it down, but really time is going to be the worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Cabazine still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control.
Wait, shouldn't Breach have punched earlier to stop the plant?
Follow up off of that flash. It's all Cabazine with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you have to be giving this one up. They don't have
Like I get he could have died with his util out, but at least he would have gotten the plant, right?
Backs away, not favored for that fight, and they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies for Zelsis. Let's tap onto it. Les is holding for it and watching for it.
Oh,
That
how'd they
was
lose?
Really nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Not from Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb, though, too, is it keeps people in mid, because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
But the present showdown now with a boom bot.
These noodles are making me salivate so much.
QCK up for A.
QCK and Cowanzine.
I'm gonna
really
go
close
get
to
water.
huge
More
ultimates.
water.
So Loud being able to do that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
There's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down, and he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto Heaven control, but now here it is, showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything, no way with the movement! Just evades capture. He's still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol, but already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Zelsis is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Cowanzine falling outside it though.
It's
looked
been
into
slowed
this position
down.
to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Zelsis is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand, Sadak adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2, the double face is
That's
there.
a crazy swing.
Terrific together, it's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadak himself, so with that defuse online, that's gonna be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Sen's general game plan is we're gonna get to site, we're gonna have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Zelsis going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud are shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Zelsis was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. Basically lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of Les, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so
I feel like I
based
can't talk
on a
right now.
read of what your opponents are doing in this
My mouth burns so much.
Changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Ah!
Looks like it was the John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked, and there it is. Kill claimed. QCK fault line. Definitely there. Actually labored enough, but still the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default, but his team
What?
back and more. Look at that coordination.
Wait, I wasn't expecting him to just stand there.
And he managed to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John QT goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway.
That's crazy.
Zelsis destroys that attempt.
Water spreads the heat.
Dodge the flash,
Milk makes me want to throw up. So it's either I spread the heat in my mouth or I spread the heat all over my desk right now.
Getting to dangerous territory. Loud on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again. Yeah.
Yummy.
That ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Gonna be disrespected apparently.
No, I'm not lactose intolerant. I just don't like the taste of milk.
Now looking for a punish on the John.
Like cheese is different, you know.
Noted that he plays here a lot. Solo play. They're just gonna posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on Gen.G and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot.
Wanna lay in bed, Cheddar?
It's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can
It's
mess
the
with a little.
taste.
But at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15
I don't like the
seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
When I was making ricotta yesterday from the milk, like a smell of the boiling milk icked me out.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. Zen are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking.
Yeah, I still eat yogurt. I can still like eat dairy products. I can't drink straight up milk. Like I think it's so gross. Oh.
Close quarters still doesn't win it out with a stinger, and the backside players are
Hello?
brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat.
Oh!
Safety in numbers.
What a swing and great dodging movement by John.
They're literally all holding hands right now.
Let's pick this up.
Like in the best way
Been
possible.
a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where Sen, it looks dangerous on the mini-map. You see them walking into the trap. Yusuke even manages to get one. But everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
Knuckle.
And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the two times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split. The Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that Sen is so patient around the map,
50.
dealing with everything that Loud throw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that shot of the stage,
Good night, Kyle. Hi, Sudan.
Making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them?
I'm gonna be honest, if Sun get 8 here, they win. Like 100% guaranteed win.
Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine.
Hi, Banan.
There wasn't really much to follow.
There goes the Anita curse.
Like maybe it was just a setup B main.
Dude!
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point.
You guys said if I curse it too much, it doesn't work.
Very difficult to know if someone on
Split is heavily defender-sided.
And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I don't know, Alpha.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give Sen an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but ropes itself.
Because Gen.G got 8 both games. Sorry, that was my computer.
Over in A heaven.
Sen
have a pretty good idea that path to A heaven is
no, I don't.
uncontested.
I don't.
Dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
My bad.
The second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak, Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team?
My tongue hurts.
This one.
Hi, Sora. What do you have in your shop?
Entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards rafters, and yes, the time is low, but
dude, look at these ults. Look at how far it goes into your mom. How far it goes into your mom.
From Sassy, and yet he scores all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up. Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now.
Wait, Saucy just saved their lives.
Spectator CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already.
Oh my god.
So they gotta expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance.
Is Saucy the GOAT? Saucy is the GOAT.
But Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level
Is
of
Reaver a good cop?
going.
Vandal?
They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that
Hi,
adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the
Papi
round
Polo,
trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what
I need to show you guys a conversation that I had with Destin, okay?
The way Sen are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but...
Okay, so he sent me a tweet that said, if you're 21 plus meowing on the internet, please shut the fuck up. And then I was like, you meow too, ho. And then he said, I'm 18. For context, he's like 24, 25. And I'm like, you're pushing 30. And then he said, you're pushing P. And I said, I'm pushing my P in your mom.
But the mollies are really clearing him out of position.
And that was the end of the conversation.
Mobile, though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well.
Wait, I just missed this whole round.
Just watching in case it was in mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Less. Quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really
Good
Tens
evening,
that makes the
Tomo.
winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep.
Okay, we win. GG's.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating.
So if Sen gets 9,
bear in mind you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't.
No
be
comment.
Here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online.
No comment.
He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of 10s drops down, gives him the
You know what? For once, maybe you guys should comment. What do you guys think will happen if Sen get 9?
There, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, play ready situation, looking lovely for them.
Is GG Loud win? What if Sen gets 10?
Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that, Loud. Great awareness.
If Sen wins 9, the game goes into double OT. If Sen gets 10, you do the gritty.
Sassy is the lone survivor. Gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this
Oh my god, that sucks. Now they can't get 10. Oh my god, I won't be doing the gritty.
Results in Loud getting the round win. Every other round, we've
Game doesn't start till 11 though.
A tortoise-like pace.
I think it hasn't been working. I've been saying that for like the last like 5 matches, and it hasn't worked.
So happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
9-3, then 11-3, then 12-12, then 14-12.
Money's looking good. The ult's even better.
14-12 Sen.
Stopper for QCK. Can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Wait, I'm surprised he flashed so narrow. Like, why wouldn't he flash deeper on B main?
chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players that's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players.
Loud Fnatic numbers. That game was crazy. I kind of felt bad for Fnatic because they put up such a good fight and then they didn't get like that much cheering.
So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Oh,
that would actually make me so. Hello?
Now, no value to be found there. Out wide,
wait, I can't even tell who that came from.
Push them out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down.
What the fuck?
Have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down. But he's disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide. The reset. Oh, rolling thunder. Lifts him up in the air, sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as I cross.
Dude, this util is crazy. Where's Jonathan?
On for so much more. An ace on the cards. Less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap. He's going to be out wide. He's going to be forced wide. Knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust. Maintained in his teammate. Maintained in him. Might be punished. A tap. Out. Force with a jiggle. John QT. Balls of steel.
Absolute fucking cinema.
Was forced to reload.
Oh my god!
As Cowan reloaded, Les was still on the spike.
Bro is chilling right now. How is he not freaking out?
Had done so much.
That's troll. No, he literally waited for the reload. He gave himself a free 1v1. Oh my god! I would actually be tweaking. I would be tweaking too.
Absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm Gen.G.
Dude, I would be mad as fuck if I was Breach.
We definitely did a lot of mistakes.
Literally put my whole Breach Uzi into that round and we lost. Oh my god. Would you lose to John QT? Oh hell yeah.
I even came here and just spent
I can't delete my message.
I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do.
I see it now.
So it wasn't that hard to like kind of like guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
I have one holding and one on the spike after the stun. I think he just... I think they... I don't know. All I'm saying is Jonathan Q-Tip is different.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very like lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine. But the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and like goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it like consistent and not really like worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was talking about it. Time in the
I've been chilling with him. Why does John QT have no emotions? He's cold. He's like that.
This year, but part of that is just them honing these map pools, you know? All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away, but John QT is just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay, well, where
Wait,
are
they still hitting A?
For Loud?
Oh no, they're going B.
They lost track a little bit of where Conzine and 2
Johnny!
lost a lot of map info too.
Jonathan!
Players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot not gonna be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen, tripled up re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer.
Is it actually Johnny?
Yeah, methodical. You know, the win conditions
We
are
found
bad
two
right now.
Johnnies.
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Forwards, making sure
Jonathan.
map control, no kill found onto Kawazin. Less a chance really for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound.
Because of Johnny Depp.
Running all the way through, he knows the time's against him.
Which
so
film was it?
Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels again looking like just a map of
Meow.
pure domination.
Yeah.
Hi,
This
Twice
could
fan
be
account.
extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split.
When will the new agent be
Pure
released?
SEN
I'm
domination.
assuming next act.
Caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too.
No, I meant like 10 at the half.
No, as far
You
as
just
I'm
want to
aware,
see
the
me do
lessons
the
in that
gritty.
position, Ten's just sensed that could be dangerous.
Small windows, but
Now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right? You're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
I'm surprised they didn't just like 5-man mid into B.
no money left standing.
They're still working A.
Trips though to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken.
I
already.
literally would just gritty.
Do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. With that trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favored in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT though. Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against
Round 2 R301 from Apex.
Propped up, pushed up. Behind it.
What?
QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult.
Jonathan Q-tip!
Run and gun in action. Only a few
Ew.
seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not? And it gets the job done.
Yapping level catastrophic.
From Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a
Jonathan!
somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup.
That's a
Beautiful
crazy
little
line,
team plays happening all over the
Zarif.
place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked.
No, they're saying that because Loud lost pistol, they need they really needed momentum that last round.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
Okay, the casters just jinxed it. Okay, if Sen happened to lose this, it's because of the casters, not me.
Like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
Wait, is it actually his first international?
Honestly, uphill battle.
That's crazy.
Icebox, both of these teams quite favored on their attack side.
That's
Some
actually
said that would give
insane.
the edge to Sentinels.
And he's already
Even if you do win on that
teaching a
second
master
match to extend the
class.
Series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them. Defensive setup for Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks. They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between
Flawless.
players, the maximization.
So this C9 alumni.
Knowing to always
True.
smoke this spot, or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta.
I'm rooting
ahead
for
of the game
Sen.
here.
Tens is also a C9 alumni.
Strike fear into
Are you
the
guys
hearts
trying to
of
say
anybody else,
something?
because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees.
Good morning, Christine.
Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a few handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud.
You got work at 10 a.m. Is it not Almost 11? Wait, what time is it for you over there?
Clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well, good one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah,
So are you guys saying that I'm going to be pro
SEN are trying to set up plays like this because they have
at the end of my
looks of weaponry
contract?
to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
No?
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
Today I would like to announce my retirement.
But there are still chances for SEN to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Flash, rifle, bloody hell, that's a lot of damage and a retreat.
Bloody hell.
Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site, will they be able to
Retirement from being EP. I'm still EP. I'm still hella EP.
Only a boombot to work with. Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for 10. He's going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Time to tick. A crucial kill. Celsius falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. Attack from Gen.G, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that.
Yeah, the 11-11 wish. Dude, the only thing I think about when I hear 11-11 wish is the Snapchat stories people would post in like middle school, being like 11-11. I'm making a wish. I can't stand it anymore.
Still, you know, Loud. Round at a time, it's all the way.
Those were the days for real.
We've seen them pull off big comebacks before.
It was definitely something. 11-11. I miss her.
We won't talk about that one. We won't talk about it. We'll mention it.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances.
Did y'all do streaks? Yeah. Unfortunately.
There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards, it is just being toppled and crumbled.
Still do, unfortunately. Get that shit off.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends to close out.
And Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the air. That is one of the most one-sided
Absolute cinema.
Two of our top teams here in playoffs.
G, motherfucking G.
Angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge, but they just stomped Loud in the same way that Loud stomped EDG.
Right, give me my point.
Absolutely impeccable work. We'll send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Plenty more action where that came from.
It's okay, we're doing another Gamba for this next game.
Would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Yeah,
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all.
That's how it always is. The second game is usually more one-sided, except for that last match with Paper and Gen.G. It was not as one-sided as I thought it was gonna be.
None. Yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any
I think it's.
and get iPhone 15 Pro.
Is it Lotus next? Or is it Icebox? Or is it Sunset? Icebox. I just went through three maps. What is wrong with me? Sorry, that was my computer. Is it 2 wins per usual, or is that weird 3-win? Usually it's a BO3, but if a team gets to 2 first, then it just ends there. Right.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Good night, Listrine. Have a good one. I have it. I just need to set it up. Thank you, Brody. Good night, maybe real Dan. You can live in there. Is Sen's Icebox any good? I don't know. What's the third map? Cause isn't Loud's Icebox really good? Sunset? Thank you for the 10 months. Logan. What's up? Thank you, Galaxia. Sen almost beat Loud on Icebox. It was 13-11 last time they played Icebox. Oh. Hi, Jay. Good morning. Dude, I want to take a nap right now. I'm rooting for Sen.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, of course, the team, I don't think I need saying, but the team is looking like the current favorites.
I'm good, Victorian.
Part of that is just how
Fiend.
How have you ensured that, especially since
Hi, Fundamentals. My day was
okay.
okay.
I'm
chilling.
To ensure that consistency in their performance.
Hey, Inzy.
Yeah, it's always impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule. But the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game.
Wait, what sounds like a dream?
As a team,
Where you
we
jolt your
really
leg
emphasize
and wake
the
up?
atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without meaning
Flight
to
or
pause.
flight
And
dream.
you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space. And the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Yeah, glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
My coworker and a K-pop idol were in your dream.
Activities there from Coach Captain.
What the heck?
Hi, Jingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and High Park. They
Hey,
look
Carrot
so
Cake.
good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's lovely. They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks.
They
in the
had a
park.
boating day for sure. For sure.
How could they?
I don't remember that, but I also have horrible
Like
memory.
Like after we go boating.
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward forward here. Zilstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post round, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every
Did y'all ever have
stage
sleep
of this
paralysis? Thankfully not. I think I would literally just like, my body would give up if I had fucking sleep paralysis.
An inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Unfortunately, Loud just didn't really get a look in. And with the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too.
I've had a dream with a Seraphim before.
A HyperX reflex.
Really?
I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was gonna happen.
I mean, this
About
was
what?
after Cow and Zine got a 4K.
About what?
Ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does. It looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekken and Tens, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up, but let's throw it down and
Let me see if I have any dreams written down.
Ahead of Icebox.
I've dreamt of a whole movie before. That's
Welcome back,
crazy.
Mika Fabs here now with. Welcome back, Mika Fabs here now with STK of Loud, and now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in a game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Like reset about the first map that anything went good. And
the only thing in my notes right now is this fucking cow.
Mika, well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What is it?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well.
I don't have anything else in my notes.
Their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to.
You got a diary or something? I have a physical
This is the comfort zone.
Journal.
Comfort.
I don't like having it on my phone. I feel like it's too easy to
obviously this being the anomaly
to access.
For me, it's a very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw Sen off their game that much. Obviously previously, Les has been the standout.
They have 5 more minutes on the points Gamba. If you guys want to predict.
See, that's the thing, though. I agree.
Gecko.
This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels
No
is
Sova?
also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and actually
You can lock notes, but I'm telling you, you forget the password for it. I feel like that's still too easy to get access to.
Two pieces of utility, and Zekken just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud are one of the ones time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at, you know, and obviously, I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and
I'm rooting for Sen.
Faith in Loud.
Never write diary because I'm too lazy. Am I missing anything? I feel like it's nice to like let it out.
Going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as
that must be why I feel insane.
And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another.
Damn, y'all put almost $500,000 on Sen.
That's not going to help.
That's some crazy pressure.
You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less of that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise.
Guys,
until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late.
Do you want my opinion or not? I didn't even jinx it. It's your guys' prediction.
Sadak, flash through, who's playing anti? Where's the follow-up?
Oh!
None. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Second to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3.
Winnable.
Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot Dart. It's good for the damage. Ten's gonna be forced out wide. Tens.
Oh!
Can we get away with his son? Surely not needs. Doesn't even matter. Sadak pushed forward. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push,
the deadly duo.
To give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have.
Holy shit!
Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking? Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
Only he can say that type of shit, bro.
And Tens is just owning them.
Yeah, man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yeah.
He said, who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
The multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
How do they get B so easily? I feel like every time I try to get B on attack, we never get the bomb down.
An exchange there. Does want to go hunting.
Oh.
2 years. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still 1 step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash repeat.
They already have. They're already one off KO ult. That's crazy.
Teams like Gen.G
because your teammates are scared to push to yellow past yellow. That's true.
Proactive fighting over.
That's very true.
I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
I mean, their no flashes has worked before.
Dizzy, just a spot for players
notoriously.
Through B, but the cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen, all grouped up.
Wait, that's such a good harbor wall.
Tends to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
Yeah. Choose to break it, you're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off plan. Now here for Sassy, Util a little bit delayed, so yep, it's down. Quarters down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus Second. Still, gets into the position for it, and Tens is starting to use his ult now for this. making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant util.
Ew.
Keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped Kawazin's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes, this is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash, peek.
That's a crazy flash.
Sets them up, but no real casualties. Now QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash, backing away.
Dude, that tweet from L was crazy.
Really struggling, Waden out wide here.
Miss Girl.
Pushed back and away, and a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players. Remaining just in time.
That was the first thing I saw. I was like, wait, who is this? Respect though. I respect it.
The dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the Mollies. We really need to calm the Mollies.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken.
That is such a good wall.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2E's is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's got walkabouts. So I'm waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding
You got the $1 pie Tornor?
So they've gained control of B main. What's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch?
Oh,
just
does.
onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
So 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't.
That's some crazy movement. Oh my god, he's going to die to you two.
My god, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart from though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy, lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the things.
I hate Icebox so much.
Util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over on the top of the rope, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry. Building up towards it, but okay.
He's starving.
Player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall.
You know what's crazy? There's so much sunlight in my room that's making me more sleepy.
Communication from the previous round. Sen were coming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm
The bulldog buff is not working anymore.
Players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the
photosynthesis,
to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting
photosynthesis.
Really important against what Loud has.
Freaking money here. QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do, and it will.
Ooh.
Sassy.
If you're a plant, what plant would you think you'd be?
Knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs to defend this gun as well.
Louder looking for information.
I don't know.
Mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct?
Definitely not a sunflower if a sun is making you tired.
To explore through mid.
Pea shooter.
They're keeping players on this site.
Why?
Serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding on to the.
Why a pea shooter?
There, flash through into the back. Dart. Oh my.
Ooh.
Exactly the position that was coming from. So
a mushroom.
Stand the chance up with the armor. Dashing away.
Cause you pushing P.
QCK. Okay.
I'm pushing this B in your mama.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but they're going to get distracted.
They are distracted now. The pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to push away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them.
Oh no.
For Loud. That's what you want to see.
Okay, guys, I have a whole water bottle full of water in my bladder.
What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined
I'll be right back.
over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutia to watch for.
Yeah, and also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like you said, just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. That's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot.
Is he unupgraded? That's a crazy way to say neutered. That is a fucking insane way to say neutered.
They've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK, look at it. You can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward. Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. He's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal
Stiff
of that
Elder Flame. Oh.
Hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could.
Yeah, he's a little drugged up right now.
HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
Valorant brain rot is crazy.
Defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen.G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think Sen should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They can play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins in Icebox than we saw on Split. Like, Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times. And
What
then
the
they just
heck,
dominated
Cheap?
the game. So I think this might be their first
Hey,
one.
Cheap.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment. Of
Yo,
one month.
mama.
Also, looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some.
Oh.
Messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really
Even
does
Jay.
good information. And yet, that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see.
Hey,
it was only
Brute.
2Es at home.
One Dizzy clearing away, Sassy. On away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekken with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Celsius dropped on the other section of the map. The other side.
Oh.
Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing
Really
into
fine.
this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wired still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Camera down to detained and dealt with. Big committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud. Win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one, make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
No more evading.
That was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Cowers it. He's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't Sentinels over.
Sadak has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down.
Oh my
with the
god,
ship.
look at
Might
QCK.
detained. QCK is wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up.
Oh.
Spammed onto the top Rattler's position, dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flanks.
Good awareness.
So no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push players from Loud into these 4 positions.
Wait, we're
They have
chilling.
managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage.
Good flank watch, Jordan.
The fade was washed down now. Dizzy on top of it with the cove. Now stacking
Mr.
up
Jordan,
together.
Mr. Jonathan,
Plant utility should
Mr.
be here for
Tyson.
Sentinels. Now players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazine, and 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas where they were set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high
What are we doing?
Is util, Kawazine, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board.
Oh my god, he's the next Alex.
I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much.
He's slamming his chair, his poor chair.
Counter spam through the high tide and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah.
Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Middle though with an no command. Plant. Oh, hello. Counter spam. Kawazine drops.
Ooh,
Still
good
have to worry
lord.
about this operator.
That was actually through mid.
No way! He skewered them. Tench dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell. He's being picked up. And now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsis. Traded though. Drop down, and John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard.
No.
And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle.
I think Cheddar's having a hard time getting up on his bed because every time I put him in his bed, he just sleeps and doesn't move.
Really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. Is that QCK with his op?
Zekin's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Cohen-Z.
You need some Radiant Knight? Okay.
QCK gets spotted now. Still, he's rattled
If Cheddar was a Valorant skin, what skin would he be?
End up using the dash. Wow, where's that kill come from? I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push.
I'm not sure.
Round, man. He's taking matters
Prime?
into his own
Maybe the
hands.
orange Prime.
Does not care.
Wait, T1?
Fall. What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Cohen-Z and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
This is a shorty kind of guy.
Poke the bear.
Oh, I thought they meant
It wasn't
Vandal
necessary
skin.
for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les.
We're
He does just have these
chilling.
moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zelsis has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Zelsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Zelsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up.
He's so cute.
12 and 3 less.
This guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now Sen on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get 10s up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the
Wait, why
repeat.
am I making that face?
Fired
Yes.
straight into the wall there. Zekin wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage.
Almost.
They've got Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. And already you can see it, that deep position. The weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Zelsis winning that fight. And snapped to the side. And retaking now with his operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zelsis is running a
Oh, he overheated.
taking liberties when he's on low HP. So why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. One. Sassy dropped. Sadak now.
Jonathan Q-tip.
Working against in the jump spot. The jiggle. John QT trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through.
Oh, absolute masterclass. Absolute cinema. Scaring the fuck out of me right now.
On Split, where we saw him play against Cohen-Z and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Sen are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zelsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again. Yeah. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper, trying to get aggressive in post plant situations and stop them before they get into retake
Guys
spots.
like my
Set them up,
Jordan
get off in front of my post plant
impersonation.
But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double op, QCK and Cohen-Z.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters.
I think so.
He's obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything, or at least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting 2. And nail! But you're up against Cowards in John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
Oh!
On top of the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. Spray down, and he's already
Ace?
down. Less. With him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting.
The crowd is so loud.
Spotted out wide. Will his team give him anything?
Aww.
That's quite still.
Ew.
Around gained. And Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his half was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the third on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. And I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
This is the second match of the day. Hi, Kenny.
Guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our
ID3,
best.
I almost.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought
I don't know.
every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, that's it.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
trying to
Okay,
lick
now I have to ask
his
you,
incisions.
What's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
But he can't.
I really like Talon.
And then when I'm like, no, he's like throwing a fit and like kicking his back.
Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay.
Oh?
That's a healthy
Cloud9
representation.
mentioned?
I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud.
I don't know.
They do have one of the only, like, proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean,
Cheddar's middle name is Bob, last name Cheese. Cheddar Bob Cheese.
If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud
I'm in GA, boy.
Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very...
honestly,
a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this series. So, if they're able to get another one on the board
Nice
here,
screamy guy.
that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a sheriff.
What's his first
One
name?
of the teams that buy sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Well, thankfully PRX hasn't eliminated it, so extra sharp. That's his prefix. You know how people have like Sir?
Always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way.
We have extra sharp cheddar Bob cheese.
Second. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Second dash activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that.
ESCBC.
Called that pause in the round. Holding.
He's a dog.
Yeah, I mean, Second's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Second's now going to be pushing to this one and done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, what do they have to clear this one? Bodies might do it. Surely Ghost moment. Ghost.
Dude, I hate the ghost. Either the ghost is the most accurate thing ever, or it does that.
Taking up space back towards the backside of yellow. I need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So flash repeat timing. Needs it now. Needs help right now, and he's got it.
Oh.
The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements jump.
Oh.
Peak. Less. He's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. It's the only way. He goes down to it.
Ooh.
It leaves it just up to less. One.
Wait, I'm surprised that actually killed him. Thank you for the 1 month Fleety. Thank you.
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. A lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click business.
He played that so well.
Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into yellow.
Nice!
And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map.
AJ Sean.
It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw, sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the molly once more for the plant, so but that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the Outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground, and he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now.
You're making faces again? Of course I am.
He said a single shot will do it. You've essentially had
Guys, I'm EP.
QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities and danger here.
He slipped the map.
Tens is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman.
Wait, Tens is already in their fucking spawn?
To the wall, all about the timing. No way!
No.
Lesson finds it. And the gamble, the wraparound here of Tens has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Les, does he even acknowledge it? The reload is heard here. Close. Quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first place, Knife tags it. That was a rock position.
Oh my god.
The head is collected.
Dude, who was like, yeah, Tens, go wrap around all the way in their spawn.
Both Les and Tens get
That's
value out of the play
crazy.
that they went for. But for Tens to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for Tens.
Crazy round. One suppressed. And despite Sen winning, that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Is a bit back on his prime.
So, a really bizarre
I think
start
he's
to
very
this
much
half.
there.
Sen win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plan down.
Little bit of damage.
Yeah, but now that he's not on
bad.
Duelist, like,
Love that
he has
code
so
to
much more
plant in a number of positions where it's
potential.
very helpful.
It's like, yes, you can get kills, but like now he's clutching
Loud
rounds.
are looking to try to play a little further forwards.
Give me the 17 ones, K-Prince. Thank you, thank you.
Fighting on top of 410 with 2 E's ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall.
Oh.
Out wide and open.
Dude, this harbor is crazy.
Sadak, what are you getting away with?
You know how many gaps like the team is aware of
Sen had no idea there that Sadak could
that the
see
harbor is
spike. I
making?
mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
It's unwinnable if you don't know about that. I don't think you can
Control of a site.
you can predict it half the
Sen here
most of the
cooking up a
time
game plan, and I
though.
think you wanna be
It's just like
going
the
for, like, flash
smallest
reclears to
dips
disrupt
and
this
whatnot.
before the big execute comes through.
You can't really tell until
Maybe
you're
that's what
already
Senna
at the
planning with both of
angle.
the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, Tui's heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, not really respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they're going to expect this. QCK is already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team. And 3 players fall just like that, dropped.
What?
To the ground, to your knees, if you are 10s in this case, and Zelsis, poor Zelsis.
Got 2?
1v4, last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it
What
doesn't.
the hell?
Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. And on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud is set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot.
I'm surprised Sen picked this map, in all honesty.
The buy in this round, very similar to round 15.
Oh, it was a Loud pick?
Apart from one player with a rifle.
Wait, what maps did they ban?
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together.
Breeze?
Starts building. Hello. Through the wall. Just
And Lotus?
Dash to respect it. But the trouble is, here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken.
Sorry, I'm a little EP.
There's a flash repeat as well with a dizzy, but wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Using through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least Sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature.
Oh, God.
As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown
Oh, God.
for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see Sen fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here, and Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas...
I'm actually so sleepy.
But it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but... You know, there's two key areas.
I also hate Icebox.
Here that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those, yeah, might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting. Right here. So we're going to see...
I like Pearl more.
With the
Hi,
cascade trying
Gems.
to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
you can't watch everything at once.
The cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the lurker is here. So he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but
They're
back away. Yeah, they're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it, can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide, and it just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
The free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you can do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zekken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinels' perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible called as Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself out there?
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered.
This is a 3-mapper.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters. He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here?
11-13 trust.
Giving them that info.
I think if they can get it to like 9, 11, 9.
They are pulling away, looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels,
What the fuck, Casper?
a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians on.
Did you take that from Twitter?
Presence now towards it. One more towards the reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slowed down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact.
Dude.
It's worse than a single flash from the
As much as I respect Loud, they play so slow.
His presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
That prior conditioning.
The EP demons are
go down at some point.
buffed right now.
Throwing the nade line up so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling
They used to play faster.
Play here. That's why he's going wide.
From what I remembered. But now I feel like I've been lied to.
But he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks it aside. Luckily, 2 years still there. Not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. They're stunned. Here, up and away. Updraft all around. And Sentinels.
If Sen get one more, I think they'll be chilling.
That's wild. The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also
Hello, Bill Graham Civic Auditorium.
Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinels not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that Tens could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone try to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Give me the tier
There's no way
one
to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well forward, it's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekken is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respected. Sadak pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zekken back into the fight. Hello. Just not quite seeing that one over the top.
What?
Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging it
Wait, did Zekken not see him?
So they're not out of it just yet. Not a long shot.
No, these last 2 rounds have been lovely.
Wait, what the?
If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. We see this from Zekken's perspective again. They hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kalanzine gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high
What if
time,
Zekken's playing on high detail and the wall is higher on the screen?
Yeah, you gotta make the time.
Didn't they just replay it? Is he not playing on low stretched?
So much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the reswing now across. He saws him over the rope, but he couldn't just aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying.
Riot's observers using high? No, but no, I'm saying like his POV. His POV shows what his graphic settings are.
Especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in the 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
Oh, that's a crazy pit.
Look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there. That's going to be the wingman putting that pressure onto a Hunter.
No. Wait.
Over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible.
Wait, what?
Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there.
Wait, actually, Wingman doesn't get.
They didn't deal with Wingman.
Doesn't get decayed?
When you're dealing with a player, the combination of pit.
Wingman is built different.
Do nothing about that. But the Wingman is. He doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro. Sliggy loses his mind.
Nice!
Oh my goodness.
Keep guns. Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things.
Wait, I might play Gecko more on Icebox. That's fire.
One step away from 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway.
Better not.
What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zekken didn't use his dash again. It's important to know that one, because now, as that util goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time, still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one with the count.
Oh, they have 3 ults. 4 ults?
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekken just wants to take up the straight up fight, attack. Baiting it out now. Nade a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek
No.
pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it. They don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with a rifle. All praise.
Oh my god, wait. Wait, is 3Z still here?
2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds.
Where's 3Z? If they hit 11, does that mean that...
The lockdown.
What is this? What does this mean, Mr. Future Seers?
Have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of
11-11. Make a wish. I miss her.
Over towards heaven. And yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to
Snapchat
get
header.
Positions, you can start the retake proper. Now, we've seen round 19.
2018.
Won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely.
Don't say that, SpongeBob. Now it's actually gonna happen.
Can't count Sen out.
Oh, you can. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience. Adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
That's a fancy word. Repertoire.
To a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with a Thrash.
And all of this without Zekan really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
It's the turret, actually.
Yeah. Drone utilized by Loud, though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy!
Oh!
But he cannot escape it. Sadak was hot on the heels. Set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again looking. Spots it out with a nano swarms broken, both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, a bit of spray.
Oh, W flash.
Flash play. Tens, man.
Okay.
Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. And that is up to 12.
Oh my god.
Absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
I love it. Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with Gen.G.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine, and he's still here, alive and kicking. weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all away.
No. If it actually goes to 2018.
Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble.
3Z, what's next in the script?
That 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back.
Fake comeback or real comeback?
That little resurgence from SEN has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by SEN in the finals where they took it an absolute barn burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Map 3.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, SEN gonna pushed away from this now to Dizzy. Didn't even really connect. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place.
What is happening?
Stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does, it's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one.
No!
Top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. If Saucy was just more careful.
After getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator.
I feel like he just walked, like he shift walked in, not even looking at the right angles. Nor.
So we're going into it. Sen kept at 12.
Hi,
Sen is going
Jadex.
for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly.
Hi, Sparky.
But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
Time no Loud, they set their sights over towards B.
Ah!
Spam.
Very
Nearly
close.
tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. Even more where that came from. As the rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tens dealt with. Dropped. And a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for second, it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. The wrap there, so 14-12, Loud. We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3
Oh,
this series,
man.
But for a moment, I thought Sen were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final
Dude,
moment.
3Z, how do you
Huge
know?
from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
Set
map
up for a
3,
good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, you, is that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I've loved you, is that's on you.
I wonder if SEN are gonna do what they normally do, where they lose map 2, then they come back hitting hard every time they lose map 2, and then in 3 map series they come back and stomp the team map 3. Maybe. Better not. Next map is Sunset. I'm rooting for SEN.
Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. I'll be in the flames until the end and see.
Better not.
Drowning out all this again, but how do you do for all the things that I've said?
I'm wearing a little bit of makeup. Shutter's sleeping in the bed right next to me, but he's trying to lick his butthole. I am good. I'm good. Your hero. Fifth map is a lot though. Better. No.
What a response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here. The Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants.
Wait, the count's only at 8?
I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the molly.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
Doing it a bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them. But this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split. But on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything. And I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
Really
I mean, it's exactly. And you can watch this back. You see another example as well. But round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that kind of between map interview from Kaplan where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up. And I think we saw that on display here because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those post-plants that went their way, maybe it wouldn't have even gone to overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, it could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's
damn, you guys are huge, a lot Sen fans.
He is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away. It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes,
using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Brandon Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here.
Think of a look,
Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up looking out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Easy.
Doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken?
There must be a bit of geometry, maybe?
Yeah. Just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it, with the door shut down.
There.
Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away, backwards, running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, and he still managed to land that shot. So, play disadvantage here for Sentinels. Get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
I'm scared.
On rifle rounds to be able to deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing him away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind them. Dizzy, tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there.
Should I even say anything? GG.
Watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurks through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
Say what you want with your chest.
And they got
Alright, bet.
quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
What direction do you take it into?
I don't know.
The initial goal.
I feel like they're gonna lose this buy.
Real gamble, though.
If they lose this buy, they lose the
So
game.
much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid.
Give the prime, me like 0, thank you.
Major chances for Zekken to just again creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lester's still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down.
When does C9 play?
Push back from it, so
right now.
This post plan, but
Put me in.
Do this just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up, but a deep smoke after really forcing Loud to push forward into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Diffusing now, Sadak onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger, and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
I don't know if this map is the map to force stingers.
Stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from market and TenZ throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
And John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
Yeah, you think if it works out, listen, Sen get on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle.
Yeah.
Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in though, and that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
GG's.
Duelist player there, Tuiz, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate TenZ being up top though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time?
GG's.
Now out wide. What is that? Kawazin. He was leaping across. Paranoia.
Did I just reverse curse it? Oh.
But in the end, still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, heal himself back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. Difference here. Is all back online. Picked up from Brian. Here it is, the second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces. Cleared a close left corner, but still. Who does want to just try and take a fight there. Gen.G tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot. And just walking right over him.
Right up the butt.
That tray with the pop
Sorry.
in and out and through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
Oh my god.
QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot, right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh yeah.
His omen on this map is so creative.
The building?
It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but yeah. He's just that guy when it comes to this map on the omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawanzine holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. SEN trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives SEN some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face. It does force SEN to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzine.
You can hear it. TenZ lacking the info. His jump spotting is punished for it.
I know
TenZ has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Or theft as well, give that additional confirmation. Now the smokes can be dropped down, lay it down, will be the plan.
Oh shit.
Sentinels get themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Don't count Loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one, it was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it, Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there and he was not.
And they nade.
Down now, a flash of their own. TenZ repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable, snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure. But TenZ then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. SEN have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
It is. I mean, this is essentially, I mean, 2 of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that Gen.G calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info.
It's more like a competitive thing, not really ranked.
Being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence.
Usually like 1 or 2 people save, but not 3.
Group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
Hey, Rainy.
We're looking for an orb on Zelsis. All online, we'll be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against the Cyclist comp.
I mean, it's just like every round is winnable. And also, like, some people don't communicate that they want to save.
He's going to be a thorn in their side. Though when this retake starts,
and so, like, somebody saves and then somebody else is getting baited.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now, reflank from mid.
Yeah, I bought a prime lens after my other lens broke.
Fairly good. Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoia's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer. Deep cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight! Force him to wins that! Get out of here! Still no tap onto it, the pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills.
Oh my god.
The pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch 10s earlier.
Bonkers round.
Coming in from John, and 10s and John buying so much time. Ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds.
Ooh,
so
what kind of push?
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second. An initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plan.
That's a fat smoke.
All online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, TenZ will be spotted into this one and done spot in QCK.
No.
Favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken.
Okay.
John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife.
No.
Onto the head, spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position, Sadak feeling frantic in nature. Does he have it?
Does he?
I don't know.
I don't think he has it.
Get onto it in time. It's so close. Oh my goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And
What the fuck?
John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1. A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be
I think he
himself.
should have.
You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can't. Sure.
Oh my. With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taken a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kawanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix zone. Second and 10s are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's a nade, watched it. Zelsis still here. Gen.G though, they're just trying to dominate this one singular position. They do control A main. Throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In for the back side, just wants the elbow, and 10s looking this way, that way, didn't know where the players are going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left.
Wait, is this saucy or sassy?
Gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very
He's British.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload.
Sassy.
Sound cues.
Saucy. Saucy.
Maybe he could get something
Sassy.
He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant.
It changes every time.
Loud is so
Help.
Help.
They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Also online here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now, wide and sprayed.
Oh my god, that was a little too close.
A beastly performance against the
Oh my days.
Silence in the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down His positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player. We need
Bowling ball buff is crazy.
Comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash, clearance, snake bite to respond.
And Lauda going exploring through mid. If Sen back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players, tens.
Half cleared, now crossfire. Set up forward, a no-roll theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now and just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still. Spike down and out.
Oh!
Hello, Gen.G. No turn on the fire. He's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap.
Oh my!
Rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it though.
He's trying to time it. Yeah, detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable though. Oh man.
Wait.
More likely. Finally fades away and he's back into him. And here it is. The follow up.
Okay, wait, that. Oh my god, like I don't even care if he doesn't win. Big brain and he hit all those.
How close these rounds are getting though.
Oh.
You know, one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy. Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing. Because think back to Sassy's 1v3.
I'm gonna go pee again.
In order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well. And they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up at the back of it. Now, 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now a plant. So next layer of this one, Sentinels. Do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Second falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. Tent up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for the classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tent sticking the plan. Or not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. The way the center setting of these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going for. And when you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their A retakes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Possible. Util cut
I'm
away.
a little witch.
All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery. Oh, there's danger there though. With these Loud players, they're opting for a stack.
Good morning, T-Sung.
To use again, same spot he's been playing in time and time again.
Hi, Maru.
Really disrespecting them though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to. Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean, he's found he's found something. Maybe just hearing your footstep, but.
Hey.
Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels though. Looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 users really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers. There's danger. Danger in abundance.
No. Oh wait, we're chilling. We're chilling.
Holy! It's Tens again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post plant position. Over towards A-Link, swings around, gets through.
That's very scary.
And saves the rest of his team. I mean, they needed it. They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Down, man. Bunker and down. That's a terrible post plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and
Light
throw
work,
that
no
utility to
reaction.
put pressure on them before they can get into post plant positions. And Tens bails them out. Top of the scoreboard. Doing things fantastically, playing from similar
If
spots.
Sen get 8, they win.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regen into the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK
Wait, that's a
should
good
be alive
smoke.
as well. He's got some backup from the rest of the plan. Now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back.
That's a really odd Viper
See,
ult though.
Down a few of these kills, and yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now.
Okay, if Loud wins this
Fast on the
round,
approach.
it's Sphinx's
Anti's
fault.
Quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order. Util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with the rifles gained, and that is Loud up to a 5 round. 7-5. You can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive
I
players
didn't
forwards
jinx it.
was lovely. It was
That was
anybody's game, though.
Sphinx's jinx. My jinx would have only worked if they got 8 and lost.
It's hard to say. It was so tightly contested. The exception of being that first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams.
I don't know.
Absolutely incredible stuff.
I can't see that far into the future.
Sou o Kalanzin, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem. A EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem. Então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que estava muito boa. Então, acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Gen.G, a gente estava bastante confiante já.
That is
Essa
true.
partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar sim deles.
Dude, what is Cheddar
Ninguém
doing?
esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash. Perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida, quero agradecer muito principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Tô muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Oh, that's cute.
Praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinels team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. TenZ has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
TenZ back and out. Still open towards his back.
Okay. So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK!
That's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest.
Okay, good trade.
Down, John. Can't do much. So Loud with that pistol
Back.
line, you got to think. Back in charge.
Blind is cosmetic.
Looking good for it.
At this point, yeah.
Won a pistol round for the entire series, and then get both of them in the decider map. Could end up
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not even worried about Cheddar, what Cheddar's doing, because he's like
not gonna force into this one again. On the defense side,
just wandering around and like running into everything.
That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building
Who
his
wins
way
this
up
game in this timeline?
And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away.
Oh, my chat just.
Oh
shit.
They have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially up towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. The clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud got the read now.
Sorry.
This was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forward.
They play lower
as
brackets if they
early,
lose.
they realize that they've essentially got a
And then lower brackets is Elim, I think.
It's a good post-plan position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down, snake bite.
Because I am confused. I don't know why my thing switched, and I don't know why my chat doc died.
They can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinels thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. It could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plans. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset. Was
Holy
how
shit,
they approached
QCK
the A
is destroying right now.
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top of the score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, 3-0.
What a spray from Zelsis! Yeah. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the Paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the breach is one of the most
they spot
like the
a hint of
biggest
Tui's? Was
players
there that
in
question
this whole
mark on the
game.
minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like
picked
it's
out, I
shutting down like
It is.
Sen so
Celsius.
much more than I
He is
thought
a
it
low player, but he decides
would.
to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still the util now. 10's right behind them. Sends out the paranoia. There is that swing. And that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully.
Like,
But the
look,
lone players barely
they
reacted.
killed
I don't think they knew
the
where that
Breach
paranoia
and the
was coming
Phoenix,
from.
and now they're
It's
chilling.
left Les in a 1v3 in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be...
Dude, yesterday night we took Cheddar out to
The rest of
go
the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all
to
went
go
wrong here.
boo boo.
That pick onto Celsius
And it was
puts
so
Sassy
funny
in
because it was
such
his
a
first time
difficult
walking
position.
around with the cone,
And the
because
flank from
before
B
that we were just
bailed him
carrying
out.
him around.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit
I
of a
don't know if you
read
can see it,
loud play instead
but
of
he can't fit under the bed
the risk they were
anymore.
taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
Like, we opened the door so that he could go out, and his cone got stuck to the bottom of the door frame, and he just stood there, and we were like, hello.
Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it
And then when we were actually walking him, he couldn't smell anything, so he couldn't pee for a while until we like figured it out. But he was like running straight into the metal trash cans, and it was so fucking loud. It was so hard not to laugh because like I felt bad, but it was also so fucking funny.
Can't escape.
Yeah, and he was staring at himself in the mirror earlier. Like the first time he ran into it, it was funny, but the second time he ran into it, it made one of the dogs in the apartment complex just start barking like crazy.
Play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it.
It was so like he got his head stuck on like a wall, and then he started crying because he couldn't.
Listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again,
He couldn't
somebody needs to get
off
onto this
the
one.
wall.
Already detained.
I think
Into
he
the
needs
side,
it
into
for
the
like
corner.
10
Where is the time
days.
pressure? Hello. Finally, wingman down, and
A
the
week
rifle's
to-
there. Has to be
a week to
bodyguard
2
duty.
weeks.
Spraying them all down. Wingman. He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped. Sassy. No more to room. No more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plans. Where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plan, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away.
Leave Elle alone.
Get the 3 kill spraying down. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some
That's what
kind of
I'm
trigger
saying. I'm here
that
for
gets
you.
Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
Get the hell up, Tangy.
Does.
Hi, Tangy.
And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Oh, rolling now though. You feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. 10s. P's. And away. Back to the corner actually. He's
Not
in
away.
an even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash. Force to set it up. That's Celsius.
Wait, the fact that Tens keeps getting away with this is insane.
Defense this time reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B.
Like Silva saw him. I'm pretty sure he calmed it, but he still lived.
Able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with 10s.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds, really, that just goes entirely the way of Sen. You see them now, just having that lead.
Hey, Fran.
Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this,
You okay?
you could see them pulling away.
You know what's weird? I'm letting him wander around right now, and it's like... I think it's making him feel better.
Sharp with the sheriffs. As he dealt with flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off.
Caster's 10's glazing, and I'm here for it.
All the noise in the world being made, really, out towards Alba. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, well, he didn't
Put him in air jail? No.
Oh,
Bro's got his balls
that's
chopped.
nasty.
I'm not gonna put him in air jail.
All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill.
Or into
Just
Frolic,
they can
forced to
pull any
walk.
defense players.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke, though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. Like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
So they're calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow.
The
and
got
also
took
pushed up
his
close.
balls.
That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a
You know, some people keep their dogs' balls.
There's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound.
No, you can't. You guys can't have it.
Fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first face coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot, though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round.
Is that the ultimate power play? Like you take their balls and hang it over them?
But
you were sick.
Call a pause in the round,
You were a
right?
sick fuck.
But there is really a threat that they could be going for
Is wrong with you? What do you mean I said it? You said it. I just read what you said. This is crazy. Why are you pinning it on me? You said people keep the balls? They do. But you just said that the ultimate power moves is to hang it over them?
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Sen building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
There is no way you're putting this on me right now.
So this
I plead the fifth.
It's a perfectly timed tactical timeout.
What the hell?
Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important.
I'm calling my lawyer. Call them up.
Map goes.
Do it.
If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which
I
I'm
know,
sure they're gonna
sir.
go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco. And Sen are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. See that run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it.
You know how you put food on a stick and hang it in front of the animal you guide them?
Into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Not the
It's quite offhand in
building.
terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but
I just arrived here for the first time and all I hear is about balls. Don't know what's going on. It's okay. Welcome to stream. Let's move on.
Okay, wait out the knife for the start of the round for Celsius.
Let's move on,
Don't give away
please.
players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
I feel like that's Saucy's favorite thing to do. To throw it up in the air for info.
shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know that somebody, at least one player lurking.
You get to giggity.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yeah,
Dude, Colin, like when we got home, he was like, in another universe, I would have kept Cheddar's balls. And I was like,
it's ridiculous.
What?
QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot.
Anyways.
Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird
11
fashion.
curse?
Sen have committed
Breezy?
pretty heavily to the B side of the map. So Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, these bolas.
Mid. Reckon might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking. That potential avenue.
Sorry.
And some players in
Probably not. No.
positions.
No 11 curse.
You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from Sen, which is the main part of it. But obviously, there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. Around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury. That even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forward. He wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult.
Oh my god, imagine if he launched himself back into the ult.
On top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team.
Oh wait, we're chilling.
Despite the heroics of Sadak, not enough.
Loud wins this. I'm from the future.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Can you tell me if
How on earth are Sen even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate.
C9 are gonna go to Korea?
QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings.
Good job, Zach.
Yes, I can.
Sen are still finding their way through.
What is that?
And I said that was going to be the important
Probably.
round.
Exactly. There's the money. Dire Straits.
For a free sub?
Taking a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one. Yeah.
We'll see if Loud wins this. I'm not gonna do it before.
I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid.
I don't know, Tisa. I have no idea.
Given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round.
Yes, you can.
It's just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Wait, when did they say that?
B-main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen couldn't figure out how, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Celsius. All good. All good. And what a recovery.
Uh-oh.
The MasterCard Thrifty
Was that a flawless Thrifty?
For it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching.
Was that wingman with sunglasses? He said, no, no, no.
Pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are right.
Hi, Ducky.
Control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them.
Hello. Good morning.
It is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table.
The last time Subi was here during the summer, she didn't financially recover until right now. And last time when she was here, it was like mid-early summer. So
the knife to go for a bit of a flash play. The Dizzy, all combined.
to be fair, though, she was here for a festival.
Play attack there.
And the tickets themselves were like $350, and then the flights were also like
just to make it
300 Airbnb.
Sassy
And then we
gets
went
ult online.
shopping and ate a lot.
Big one. Pre-firing, hoping.
But we drove her around, so that didn't even count like
Still
the
remains up.
Ubers.
So John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Second go for the repick there, but the Thrash is punished.
Yeah. Second's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Cowan Zine was picking him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's.
How close is SD to LA? 2 hours.
They have managed to
with
neutralize the star player
minimum
of
to
Sen.
no traffic.
But they need more.
Are you gonna Uber from SD to LA?
To go into Sassy. Can he pull out
Or are
some
you
magic?
renting a car?
Drone hears it, has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plan. Stuck here by
I mean, you
Kawasi.
could take
onto
the
that high ground
train.
approach.
I don't know. I just never consider public transit for
Players gone pound for pound, just removing this one.
women.
Call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it
Because
straight to them.
women
Man in tow.
on public
He just got the
transit
back
is
side,
scary.
puts Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, running, gun with a Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years. He's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely. No way. Send up to 12.
Oh, we're chilling. We're chilling.
Another round where every player on Sen hits the
So skinny, skinny queen.
I was looking at the minimap the whole time at Tui's positioning. He lurked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
Jover type shit, no?
It definitely
Yeah, Jover type shit.
But it's better to be lucky than good. And damn if Tens
Wait,
isn't
what
both.
month do you plan on going? Oh, because it's gonna be also hot as fuck. Like, it's not gonna be hot, hotter than
QCK.
Texas, but it'll still be hot.
Just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These are matters into his own hands.
Yeah.
Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
It's deep. And goal. Celsius wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive.
That scares me.
Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here. 5 alive.
115.
Might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look
Give
at
me
the
the 12
economy of Sen.
months. Christy,
It
happy
feels
1
like Sen are
year.
in control. And yet you look,
Hello.
because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have
I
an
think he's
economic
saving
cushion to rely
though.
on.
I think they know he's
So
saving.
John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
It's common the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Yeah.
To discuss what's going on.
Wait, let
and
me
really the big
see
difference that round is that
what
Les just found an
VC
opening
is
up through
like.
elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's
I
just making a
think-
mockery of him.
Right.
I don't know when Masters is.
We are going to be headed into
oh my god,
the final few rounds here of the match.
Okay, I found
With
it.
Loud favored to bring it to the final round. And maybe even some OT afterwards.
Oh, wait, you might be.
It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make. And even if it isn't a team,
They're going to be here when Champs is like the last few days of Champs. Are you ready for the hot weather in LA? I'm closer to the water now, so I'm excited for the warmer weather, but I'm excited for it to not be as hot as last year. Thank you, Daph.
as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from Sen. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawasi gets into it now. With the online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
Champs is, it should be August 2nd to 25th. In Korea.
No one to deal with it, but it's a flash using running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player forwards, a tap now, forces out the snake bite. Have to be utilized here. Kamazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely. Tens doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through rifles. Save the day.
Really late July or mid-August.
She'd like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round.
That's up to
Regular
you.
time anyway. Might as well go down the ship.
If you do like,
I believe for a moment there when
oh, wait,
Sen
never
had
mind.
their weapons, and we're just running into
Yeah,
backside,
that's up to you.
overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. Tens is difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles.
I think it could go either way.
The spam is good. They used the pit. A timeout taken.
It just depends on what you want to do.
Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Because Bolin and I will most likely be in Korea.
Kawanzine has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow
I feel
passage.
like out
that
of
Les
all
was able
the, even if our
fight
teams
for them,
don't make
yeah,
it,
around 22.
I think we'd still go.
But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here.
Say less. Thank you for the Prime
John's been
Rami
able
10. I
to
don't know
find
if
so
I
much
said that
value from
already.
this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable,
you're
there aren't
here
actually
right
that
now?
many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or, sorry, the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the
Sun. Sun City.
cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinel.
Sun City was a
Into
Mayview.
the mix. One round to decide it. Does the
Angel
series end? Does it
thank
get totaled?
you.
Or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekan or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekan and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen.G.
I'm just trying not to fall asleep, okay?
So no dice on that early trap.
I need them to... I need them to
Palpable in the air. I mean,
go faster.
thick with tension. Tens. Tiniest of
Ew.
angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here. And a call is made for Sen to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving Sen an opportunity
early.
to throw in some util early
It's
on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike?
August 2nd to like the 25th or something.
Rip, breaking the util. Dizzy.
What the hell happened to Dizzy?
Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played, spam into the box.
Do you see Dizzy doing a bunch of flips?
Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails him to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against
Do a leaper. Do a flipper.
True, but it will not happen.
Oh my
Overtime
god.
once more, and Loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with Tens being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what Tens was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet as Loud swap to the defense side.
Wait, did 3Z say if Sen or Loud are gonna win?
Remember Sen were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
too much threat behind it, though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. Then happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds.
Wait, didn't he say just 14-12?
Propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive
Hey,
setup when
Reds.
2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots. This time, though, he's got backup from Kalanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position.
5 subs if Loud
Doesn't
wins
catch
this.
anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Bren. Trying to set up this mid lurk of a main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always
Don't
super
attack
aware of
L
stuff like
again.
this.
Deep Smoke did pull.
I don't know,
Kalanzin
these
away.
last few games have been pretty tame.
though, to help
I'm not gonna lie.
out with a
Or like
couple
this
of
whole
pieces.
day
So
has
now
been
time
pretty tame.
is
Like
gonna
there's
be coming up.
some
Issue and a problem.
funny
Flash
moments, but it's
over
just
the
like
top. 2Es just bumbling
chilling,
into the
you
walls
know?
there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away, and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send Util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Going down here, but sort of Util. After shock, breaks it.
No.
12 seconds. Time really against them. Snake bite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawasin.
Wait, we're chilling.
And just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face though, Util Sentinels barreling through, finding their own time.
I'm not even talking right now because I'm just so like invested.
Left in a 1v2.
Second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together.
Oh.
Sentinels on 13.
Wait, no, he did that to stop the plant. Because if he killed the planter, then they wouldn't have time to plant, and they would just win.
And the fact that they got players ready to throw utility.
He just didn't kill him.
And put pressure on the plant. That almost won the round. You saw Kalanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
What? What are you talking about, Gem?
Snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point. Map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. It's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map.
Why would there be...
Kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A.
What are you
We
talking
haven't really
about?
seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the 2 spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a
And now you're banned here for
So they don't
lying.
know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shot.
They're going into the heavy
I'm
B
probably
setup.
gonna sleep after this game.
Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken has found his slice. Sadak
It's okay,
removed.
though.
And now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did they go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults and Util has to be used.
Slow
now to
day,
clear it back.
maybe. Maybe they got
Spike's been
bored.
dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play. Watch for 2 to stand. And 2 potentially to fall.
GG's!
There is no chance. There is no hope. Sentinels.
GG's! We're chillin'.
Dominating on the
We're
first map and squeezing through in overtime.
chillin'. Not a jinx, not a jinx,
Their
not a
appointment with
jinx.
Gen.G in the upper finals.
I don't know about chillin'.
Oh, they did.
I know about
Sen were
chillin'.
resilient the whole way through with huge performances
I am
coming out
chillin'.
from multiple players. Sassy's 1v3 absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called a great game.
I wasn't even
was
tweaking,
bragging
guys.
too. It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this. But Sen
for the moment on top in this regional rivalry.
On top. All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the respect being showcased on either side. These two teams are now deeply familiar with each other.
happens.
Sentinels
Everybody has their off games.
Second round of playoffs. Match up against Gen.G.
And what an awesome one to look forward to. I think especially, just a head-to-head that I'm instantly thinking of is Tens v Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Because both of them with outrageous aim. Tens the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is just, he's
It
just
is.
through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And Sen, all of that time being able
They're really
to,
selling it.
you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on Split to such a heavy degree, and then on Sunset too, it was really
All right.
and it was different.
All right,
things that worked as well. We
Chattertons.
didn't really get to see.
You know
that
what time it
retake
is.
coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are
Unfortunately.
It does it.
It's time for me to catch up on my sleep. Oh, man. All right. Good night, y'all. I am going to raid. I don't even know. I'm gonna read Sammy. Good night, y'all. Make sure to check out the new video if you haven't already. Join the Discord. Watch the vlog. I'm gonna be watch partying the games tomorrow as well. And make sure to follow if you haven't already, because who knows, I might feel silly and play some more Valorant tonight after my nap. Alright, goodbye guys.